Meeting, and we're going to call the second meeting to order. The time is now 7 o'clock. We have a full council present. Please rise for the invocation by Councilman Allen.
Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for allowing our city leaders, city staff, and the citizens we serve to gather peacefully here tonight to make decisions which impact not only the financial health of our community, but also the path that our city takes as we continue to mold our town into the best place for all of us to raise a family, enjoy life, and eventually retire. Our nation has been through many recent challenges, and yet our future is bright. Through it all, only you, Lord, are truly in charge of the land we share on this great green earth. Tonight, let us pray for our president and his administration officials to seek your direction, Lord, as they work to address domestic and foreign affairs. We pray for your will to be accomplished through the administration as they look to provide for and secure the safety of our active duty servicemen and women, as well as our U.S. military veterans. Please keep watch over our local police officers, firefighters, and our first responders as they continue to put their lives on the line each and every day to keep our citizens safe and healthy. Tonight, we pray for everyone affected by this deadly coronavirus and for those infected to fully recover. We pray for our medical professionals as they administer the vaccine, which will ultimately save countless lives. We strive to serve you, Lord, and your will be done. In Jesus Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Councilman. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, tonight we have a few spots to fill in the CIP, so we're going to roll right into the discussion action on the appointment members of the Capital Improvements Program. And I hope everyone's had a chance to look over our applicants. The first applicant we have here tonight is Mr. Jeff Oyer. Would you come on up, sir? Jeff, thanks for coming tonight. And please tell us a little bit about yourself and what interests you on the CIP board.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I decided to call Cibolo home 7 years ago after I retired from federal service. And here I found just a heartfelt community with awesome neighbors and the hospitality accompanied with it. And serving as a professional inspector after retirement, helping hurting homeowners. And when I was invited here to be a part of this awesome CIP activity, I thought humbly that I could serve the community at that next level. That's why I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Oyer. Thank you for all the information on your resume. So just to be clear, I know you do home inspections and commercial inspections, and you also, the criteria is that you are in the construction business or in the real estate business, and it seems like you overlap a little bit in both. So
yes, sir.
You feel like that will help help guide the committee and bring some unique knowledge to it. So any other questions for Mr. Oyer? Councilman Hicks?
Mr. Oyer, I believe I've met you once or twice before. I appreciate you applying for this and stepping up. We're always looking for people to step up and be on these committees. This is something that I've been asking for several years that we need to update. This way, by us getting the CIP taken care of, we can start working on our impact fees. And that's one thing that we need to look at and address, where we can, if we're asking too much, then that'll resonate. If we're not getting enough in impact fees, that'll actually help us. So I'm glad that you stepped up. This is something I've been asking for since I got on council, is to get this CIP up and going. So, and getting these impact fees at the rate that they need to be to benefit the city. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes, sir, Councilman Wilbur.
Mr. Oyer, thank you for stepping forward, especially District 6. Like to see
Yes,
see that, and especially a new face. And nothing wrong with the old faces we have coming here, but it's nice, as you know, being in the military, it's nice that you bring in new folks and they can learn from those who've been there, and it just keeps it going forward. The only question I have is your military background. What was your, and I don't even know what branch of service, doesn't really matter, but what was your line of work in the military?
In the Army, I was a grunt.
Okay.
And then I got smart. And I went Air Force.
That's the best answer ever.
I'm
Thank you.
just kidding.
Couple Air Force guys, one Army.
No, I love them both. So my grunt work carried over to the Air Force in the combat environment. And I soon found myself being hit. So the medical community pulled me out of my combat role, which took me into occupational safety and health, which gave me a breath of new eyes for every aspect of our military fighting force and what they bring that I didn't know before in the combat units. And that experience of seeing all the logistics behind it, I've seen some of that in the reports I've read that Mr. Mayor Stosh sent to me to read prior to this meeting. And I've seen the same thing in that paperwork. So I appreciate that experience in occupational safety and health.
Questions, Councilwoman Schultz?
My turn. So this is a question I always ask everyone, because I need to impress upon you and make sure that you have an understanding that, having come from a committee myself, it's vital that everyone that is a member of that committee attend the committee, because you have to make quorum. I've been on several committees where we had to skip the meeting because not everyone could show up. So now CIP, we don't have a date for that yet, do we? But it'll be in the evening. It'll be a weekday. Do you have anything that would stop you from making these meetings?
Mayor, if Wednesday night date night with my wife.
Oh, Wednesday night date night? Okay, well, that I can understand. Let's try and not get this meeting on Wednesday.
So Mayor and City Council, after you make your appointments and if you meet those requirements, the consulting firm of Freese Nichols and Rudy Klein and Lisa Gonzalez will send out an opportunity to start meeting, probably going to be in February. I just don't have the date. But we'll get that out to you as soon as possible.
We do have a couple tentative dates on hold, just to make sure that once these appointments are made, and then we can go back and make sure which of that date is best for the person that's going to help us with it.
Thank you.
Okay.
How many slots do we have open?
You have 5 applicants tonight, and if they're all filled, if all 5 of these are appointed, we will have a full committee.
Any more questions for Mr. Warrior?
And if all 5 of these are filled, you'll have 4 people on the committee that will be one of the people that meets the requirement of the local government code.
Thank you, Peggy. All right, Mr. Warrior, if you would stick around, we're going to vote on it here in a few, and we'll bring the next applicant up. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Alberto Ramirez. Albert, are you here? Hey, sir, how you doing?
Good. May I take my mask off?
Yes, sir.
You can.
Whatever you're more comfortable with.
Very nervous.
Don't be. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
Albert, thank you for your honesty and your thoroughness on your application. I've gotten to know you here a little bit, and I know that your heart's in the right place for the community, and we certainly appreciate you jumping at the effort to jump in and help in this capacity. As Councilman Hicks stated, we desperately need to get this committee to finish the loop and start with the impact fees that we're putting on the businesses and the developers to help improve mainly our streets and our infrastructure. So that's the importance of it. And what interests you in joining the committee, Albert?
Well, I heard that the city had a need to create a panel, and I'm the first to raise my hand. for anything. I served in the military for 20 years. I was going to get out, but then 9/11 happened, and I felt our country had a need for military members to stay in, so I stayed in. I served 20 years. I retired. In my community right now, our HOA, they had a need to have board members because our development needed some help, so I raised my hand again. And now I'm hoping to have the opportunity to help the city.
Yes, sir. Yes, Councilman Hicks.
Albert, thanks for showing up. I know I called you. I know it's kind of a surprise, but I appreciate taking that call and asking all the questions that you did. And I told you, just come up and be honest. And I want to thank you again for raising your hand, and thank you for your service for our military also. But thank you for coming and stepping up to be a part of this committee. It is important for us. It's something that I'd like to get, like the mayor just said, get it rolling. So thank you. That's all I have.
Questions for Mr. Ramirez?
Sir, it's important that we be able to make quorum and that everyone that's on the committee be able to attend the committee. Do you feel that you would be able to make an evening committee meeting?
Absolutely. I feel like, well, my wife's a teacher at Slaughter Elementary School. My sons attend Slaughter Elementary School as well. I'm a military veteran. This community is filled with military veterans. Businesses are counting on this. A lot of people are counting on this, so I need to be at those meetings. And that's the way I feel. I'll make it a priority to make it.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Ramirez? No? Albert, thanks a lot for coming tonight.
I appreciate it.
Stick
Thank
around
you.
and we're going to vote here in a bit. Next, we have Mr. Frias.
Hi, good evening.
Hey, John, how you doing, sir?
Good.
Well, without going through all of the information here, CIP, I know you raised your hand at a couple meetings ago, and
Yes.
you're still, heart still desires to be on the committee, and
Yes. Yes, after everything, yes, I'm still here. I ain't going
Good.
anywhere.
Thank you, John. Thanks for stepping up, as usual. Thank you very much. It really
No
means a
problem.
lot.
I think with him being on as many committees as he is, I don't
See, Mark has answered that question, although I guess I need to ask everybody.
Go ahead.
Do you understand how important it is to attend the meeting, and do you plan to attend the meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anybody got any questions for Mr. Frias or comments or?
Everybody good?
No, John, thanks again. Once you answer the bell every time, and thanks for putting your name in the hat again, once again.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, John.
Next, we have another one of the usual suspects, Terrence Benson. Mr. Benson, how you doing, sir? Oh, for P and Z. Okay.
No, he's here for the CIP, but for the position from the
That's what-
CIP.
Okay.
I'm only here because my commission nominated me.
I think you were absent at that point.
Yeah.
No, I
So
was,
you got voluntold?
I was there and voted no, so,
Well, why did you reluctantly apply here, Mr.
no,
Benson?
I'm just messing around. I started on this thing a couple of years ago, and it would be nice to finish it.
Very good. Do we have any questions, Councilman
Make sure
Wolver?
you're not here under duress, right?
The flag is not upside down. No,
Just
we're-
making sure.
We're reasonably okay with that.
Mr. Benson, I appreciate you stepping up. I know that, it wasn't your first choice, but thanks for, I'm with you. Let's get this done, finished. So,
Yeah,
thank
we're a
you.
little behind on impact fees.
Yes, sir.
Sooner the better.
And you've really done an exemplary job on the planning and zoning, and we appreciate you wanting to add your leadership to this committee, Terrence.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Well, I hate add-on stuff, but I just have to say that your work on the P&Z has been outstanding, and I appreciate your leadership there and all the work that you do there. And I know that you'll make the meeting, so.
All right. I will
Questions for
try.
Mr.
Now I
Benson?
have to, right? Anything else for me?
All right, Terrence, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Last but not least, we have Mr. Marcus Mattingly.
Good evening.
And a familiar face as well, but how goes it on the EDC, Mr. Mattingly?
It's going. It's going. We got some exciting things on our coming on our docket here pretty soon.
What are some of the things that you didn't expect that you've got to work through?
I'm sorry, say it again.
What are some things that you didn't expect going into it that you have been able to work through?
Really, I would say establishing the dynamics with the EDC and how it's sort of, is going to grow and prosper within the city of Cibolo and being part of like the ground floor with that. I thought it was pretty neat. Clearly, I got sort of thrown in and, with my background, trying to look at contracts and what's the EDC and looking at all these points. I thought it was interesting and I think we're at the right place right now. And I think honestly, sort of, if you will, refocusing and recalibrating our, going down to the grassroots and looking at things and, doing some interesting acquisitions possibly through the CDC. So, which would be a benefit for the city, of course.
Absolutely.
Good.
Yeah, I think so. I think it'll turn out nice.
So, and you, what are some things that interest you about, that you can bring to the CIP?
It's a very good question. I think it was the CEDC. I think it was Mr. Robert Thies, right? He was part of the EDC representative, right? And I guess according to maybe some of his personal or business commitments, he could no longer be part of the CIP. So, right, I mean, it was a little spontaneous, but it sort of surfaced during our CDC meeting. We're all looking around like, who's going to be the member, right? Who's going to be the person? So, not really knowing too much about CIP. I know it's capital improvement. I understand impact fees, and we're looking at projects and identifying and prioritizing and, pretty much making the city of Cibolo the city of choice, right? Without understanding all the internal gears and shifts that makes it moves. But to answer your question, it was very apparent that the CIP wanted an EDC representative. And at that moment, I obviously stood up and decided to volunteer through the EDC. And I think Mr. Montague obviously motioned, and I had a quick second, and it was all over, right?
Well, you've done great work on the EDC, and I had the chance to serve on both committees as well. And what you'll kind of find is a lot of the stuff overlaps, but more so it sharpens the edges of the puzzle pieces and makes them fit together a lot smoother. So hopefully you'll be able to bring some of the knowledge that you learned from the EDC to CIP and vice versa. So
sure.
Thank you very much for
That'll be the
stepping
intent.
up.
Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Mattingly?
Thank you for stepping up.
Of course.
Thanks, Marcus.
All right. Thanks, Marcus. Appreciate you coming tonight.
Stick
All right.
around.
Okay, so we have 5 applicants and we have 5.
I'd like to make a motion.
We can make them all in one motion, I believe.
No, I think they don't want us to do that anymore by
No?
So we
policy,
can make them all in one motion, right?
not by our policy.
Okay, I'm sorry. One apiece. One at a
I'll make a
time.
motion for Albert Ramirez.
Second.
Motion's been made and second. All in favor?
Aye.
I'll
Any
make
opposed?
I'll make a motion for T.G. Benson.
Second. Oh,
Motion's been made and second. All in favor?
aye.
Any opposed?
Motion to appoint Mr. Jeffrey Oyer.
Second.
Motion's been made and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion to appoint John Frias.
Second. That was me. If you're asking who the second was.
Motion to appoint John Frias.
Second.
Second.
Motion's been made, Councilman Allen, second with Councilman Quinn. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion to appoint Marcus Mattingly.
Second.
Motion's been made by Councilman Allen, second by Councilman Quinn. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? What a great group, guys. Pretty exciting. Thank you all for jumping in tonight. Really appreciate it. Look forward to it. Okay. With that, we're going to juggle our order a little bit due to some unforeseen circumstances. We're going to go into item number 11, the executive session. The city council will meet in executive session as authorized by Texas Government Code, section 551.087, economic development, and 551.071, consultation with attorney, and 551.074, personnel matters to discuss the following. A, discussion on an EDC project for Cibolo. B, discussion regarding the city manager's contract. And C, discussion regarding executive search firm for city manager position. Time is now 7:21. We're waiting on your cue, Mr. McDaniels. Do we have any EDC members that are going to attend this? Oh, okay. Okay.
I need to be on
Item number 6, the public hearings. So Mr. Klein, if you would start making your way up. The Cibolo City Council will hold a public hearing to hear public testimony regarding a request to allow a conditional use permit for approximately 0.2 acres on property located at 205 Wexford to allow a community residential facility CRF. Okay. Yes, we do have folks that are signed up to speak, and we're going to wait on Mr. Klein to come on up and make his presentation, and we're gonna allow the folks to come on up here and speak. Yes, sir. Huh? All right, Ms. Gonzalez, you ready to make the presentation for item 6A?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Sorry, we didn't get the notification that the meeting came back on. Let's see here. So for 6A is the zoning request. It is the second public hearing for 205 Wexford. It's located within the Turning Stone subdivision. It's in District 5. And the owners is Octavia Reed. A little background on this, the applicants requested feedback from the Planning and Zoning Commission prior to submitting an official application for rezoning. Originally, they requested a multi-family zoning, whereas this would have been allowed by right. However, rather than rezone to multifamily, the P&Z Commission directed staff to amend the UDC to allow this use in all single-family districts with the approval of a conditional use permit, or from now on, a CUP. The current request to allow this use within a single-family district with a CUP was tabled by council at the last meeting. We are continuing with the public hearing since it was advertised in the local newspaper, on our website, and letters were sent out to the individual property owners within 200 feet. This accumulated to 30 property owners. As of January 19th, staff has received 17 letters in opposition and 0 in favor of. Since the packet has gone out to council, we have received a couple more in the mail or via email, and we will make sure that we include them with the ordinance when we bring it back to council for action on this item. The first public hearing was with the Planning and Zoning Commission on January 13th, with the second tonight. Approximately 8 citizens spoke at that public hearing in opposition to, and 1 was in favor of. Concerns were primarily property values, conflict with the HOA bylaws, that it was a nuisance, and incompatible in a residential district. Within your packet, you should have the applicant's letter, 200-foot notification map, as well as the responses from all the individuals that have mailed them and or emailed them to us. The Turning Stone's S1 final plat, so it gives you an indication of where the lot is located in the subdivision. P&Z recommendation was tabled at the February 10th meeting, pending City Council's UDC update. Until we have direction on the UDC to amend with the possibility of adding the conditional use permit within these zoning districts, then we are unable to continue with the action item or a ordinance. So tonight we'll go ahead and conduct the second public hearing as advertised, and I'll go ahead and allow you to open it up for any citizens to speak in favor or in opposition to. If you have any questions for staff, I'll be more than happy to answer them, or for the applicant.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. We do have some folks to speak here, believe it or not. We have a pretty long list here. First, I'd like to call up Mr. Cooper, Stephen Cooper. Are you in? I know I saw you here earlier. Come on up, Steve. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Steve Cooper. I'm the Vice President of the Turning Stone Homeowners Association. First, let me say that we support Miss Reed's active work in the community as a caretaker for a foster home. We do, however, don't believe that Turning Stone neighborhood is necessarily built to support the type of facility that Miss Reed is asking for. When we all moved into our houses, we signed master declarations of covenants, conditions, and restrictions. And I'd like to simply read to you how the restrictions specifically read that every homeowner signed and agreed to adhere to when they bought their homes. Reading from Article 4, Protective Covenants, Divisions 4.2 and 4.2.1. All lots in this declaration shall be used for single-family residential purpose only. No owner shall occupy or use his lot or any improvements constructed thereon, or permit the same or any part thereof to be occupied or used for any purpose other than as a private residence for the owner, his family, guests, tenants, which excludes use of the lot or improvements for manufacturing, trade, business, commerce, industry, or other occupation whatsoever, other than a home office which does not accept invitees, clients, or customers. Only one such private single-family residence may be constructed or otherwise placed upon any one lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Thank you, sir. Next, I apologize, but Mr. Hendricks, are you here this evening? James Hendricks? James? Okay, we'll go back to him if, okay, all right. Sorry, James, I was a little unclear on the writing here.
That's not James Hendricks.
If Mayor Boyle, I'm not James Hendricks, but he wanted us to go from Turning Stone first.
Oh, okay,
In the
okay.
order.
I just signed in
So-
for him. I wanted to make sure they went before I did here.
Okay, so I'm gonna put you at the back of the, is that's what your wishes are?
Yes, I did.
Okay, sorry, James, I was unclear. Yes, sir, so yes, then next, Mr. Rodriguez. David.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. I just want to introduce myself. I'm David Rodriguez. I'm the president of Turning Stone Owners Association. And I want to just start off before I say anything, I just say thank you guys. In my short stint here in the HOA, I know service, certainly for what you guys do to help the city, goes unrewarded. Like I said in my email, certainly don't always get the thanks you deserve. So I'll just say thanks up front, even when we disagree. But I do appreciate your efforts for what you do for the community. I just wanted to start with that.
Likewise, sir.
I emailed my concerns to you guys, each one of you on the board, and I think you saw what we talked about. You just heard from the vice president talk very specific about our master declaration, the covenants and conditions and restrictions. So I won't beleaguer that, but I do want to re-echo what he said and emphasize that we're not against helping children. I just want to make that clear from the outset, and that Ms. Reed is in fact helping and fostering children right now. And the HOA is not intervening in any way, in any shape or form. So that is going on. So what are we opposed to? Well, to be clear, what we're opposed to is the substantially altering the character of the community. When we came in, we live in a planned community. And that's kind of what attracted us to Cibolo, is that it has a pretty diverse selection of planned communities. So the proposed action tonight, what it does is it abandons the master plan that our planned communities are based on, and it alters that community substantially. And that's one of our big concerns. So when you allow a permitted use that's only for multifamily zones, MF1 or 2, and then you're saying, okay, we're going to let it go in the single family residence, again, that effectively changes all the planned communities in the city of Cibolo, not just Turning Stone. So that's something that we're against, and that was part of the resolution that we passed at the emergency meeting on Sunday when we passed the board resolution to be formally opposed to that action. The potential negative impacts are obvious. You've heard of those. I think it was even read during the minutes about the traffic, the noise, the increased garbage requirements, all those things that would
be associated with something multiplying in size with a lot more people in a dense dwelling. But what's not obvious is the fact that by approving the amendment, the city's also usurping the contractual rights of a large majority of the constituents. In Turning Stone, we have roughly 800 families in the community that signed those covenants. And when they move in, they move out, the next people come in, they actually sign the same covenants as everybody else, the same ones that I did. And that's a concern because it just usurps that contractual right. And then it says, in this one particular house, now we're going to let you do something different. So that sounds like spot zoning, or at least opening up Pandora's box for different carve-outs for different houses. And that's a big concern. Now, I've reached out to other HOA presidents as well. And I know Mesa, Mr. John Lockley is on record as saying, hey, we agree with your proposition. I just got a call before tonight's meeting from the Bentwood Ranch president. Mr. Hawkins said that he's been following this and shares our concerns and alarm as well. But as we had the meeting on Sunday, and we got to hear from Ms. Reed during the thing, and she presented her case very well. But I think I want to emphasize that we're not saying we're not helping children, right? Because she's helping children now. She fosters them in her home today. But what she's asking is to go from a home to a business. And that's the change that, again, from the HOA perspective, from what we signed, we don't have businesses that we allow to run in that single family neighborhood. And if you change what's a permitted use in the zoning, now we're stuck. We're saying, well, you signed the contract, so now we have to defend our contract. And again, she even said on the call that we had that they were going to have at least one employee as she increased the size. So we know it's a 24/7 operation. So it's not just, when you're taking care of kids, it's not just a 9 to 5, it's 24/7, 365. So to have employees, we suspect that there's going to be more than one. And then not only are contractual rights usurped, but then the state comes in and says, these are the requirements that we have. You're going to have sprinklers in the house. You're going to have to make these modifications. And I don't even know what they are, but they're significant. And again, so as an HOA, we'd say, well, we have covenants and conditions, restrictions, but I guess we're trumped by the city and the state. And that's a concern. And it's not just in Turning Stone. It could be in any community that you have, planned community that you have in Cibolo. And again, that's why we say it's Pandora's box. Either you let it in one, and it's specifically only one, but once it's out, there's no guarantee it's not going to spread to any other planned communities in Cibolo. So as I reached out, like I said, they've a lot of shared, and you're going to hear from Saratoga as well. They're here too. They're another organization, HOA, representing community members that are concerned just like I am. But in closing, I would just say that if you approve this proposal, you're abandoning the master plan quickly, and I think without a compelling reason, but you're also permitting the conversion of a single-family home into a business. So it's not just helping kids, you're converting it into a business and allowing a business to exist in a residential community that was designed for just single-family homes. And as you do that, it's not compatible with the surrounding homes because, again, we don't allow any other businesses in the community. And as you consider that, I would ask you to be aware that those two things, that you're not just allowing this one case to help children, you're actually converting it to a business in a place of just single-family homes. So thank you for your time. And again, I do thank you for what you are doing for the community, but I do ask you to consider those things.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Garza,
Rodriguez.
no, I know, but I'm asking
Oh,
Frank, Mr. Garza. If I've got a question for him as the president, can I ask that at this time, or?
I would recommend not to for two reasons. One, we don't have a recommendation from P&Z, so you cannot take any action tonight.
Right.
You still have to wait for that recommendation from P&Z. And we're not going to be able to close tonight's public hearing. We're going to recess it and continue it for the next meeting because there's no action that can be taken tonight by council.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
I'll ask you on an email then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you for your time.
And thank you for serving the board and thank you for being so proactive, sending your email and whatnot. But yeah, it speaks a lot to your HOA and your community. So thank you very much.
Thanks, sir. Good night.
Next, we have Timmy Kerr. Timmy Kerr.
Yeah, Tim.
Yep. How you doing, ma'am?
Good, how are you?
Doing really good. Thank you for bearing with us tonight.
Yes. Where's my piece of pizza? No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Thank you so much for letting me speak tonight. My name is Timmy Kerr. I live at 213 Waterford, which is within the 200 feet radius of the house that is wanting the cup. I did speak at the 13 January Planning and Zoning Committee, and I want to reiterate, we oppose the cup adamantly. The reason why we bought in that neighborhood is for single-family homes. The traffic has increased. There's a concern about the character of the neighborhood, which has already been spoken about. I wanted to keep it short and sweet because this is not the voting time for this one, but a couple of facts. Single-family subdivision. She's the president of a nonprofit organization, Star Resiliency Agency Family Services. At the last meeting, and you can go back to the video, 13 January, she stated that she was doing this at Fort Sam. So don't want to assume, but did she going to continue this when she bought the house in March of 2020 in a single family subdivision? So she was already doing it, and she said it herself, not me, but from her own words, she was already doing it before they moved into the neighborhood. With that also, she said that she wanted to have up to 10 children if it's approved, if the cup is approved. That means the state requires her, like our president said of a Turning Stone, that they would have to hire an employee. That thus makes it a business in my eyes. Additionally, sorry, not very good vision here. Approving it will change the character of the neighborhood, of course, but it'll also open the door for it to happen throughout Cibolo. I do commend that she takes children in. I see one of the kids, very nice young boy that comes off the bus, very nice and pleasant. And I think it's wonderful. A certain amount, not in the subdivision, to have up to 10, and she can increase it to 17 by state if the cup is approved. In addition, some of the neighbors in the neighborhood, me and another tenant that live or resident that lives there, we come to speak on their behalf too, because a lot of them can't come out or they, you know, don't have the time, but they also don't want to be public about it too much because you don't want retaliation. So it's kind of like we're taking this on as a whole for that part of the subdivision as a whole. So thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Kerr. Next, we have Armand Magna Juarez. I'm sorry, I forgot your last name. Incorrect.
You did. You kind of messed it up, but that's okay. I'm just kidding.
How do you pronounce it, Armand?
Magallanes.
Say that again?
Magallanes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Friends with Mike Signs?
What's that?
You friends with Mike Signs? Is that how I know you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Absolutely. Well, good evening. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to come and speak. My name's Armand Magallanes, obviously, and, we live at 205 Kilkenny. And, we are proud residents of being in the city of Cibolo, and in Turning Stone. And my wife and I searched many areas before we built this house. We looked in a lot of different areas, and we found what we like here, in this neighborhood. And we liked it being a new area being built. And so, along with that, like you heard earlier, and I'm not trying to just go back over a lot of what you just heard from others, but 750 other people, other residents in this neighborhood, we all signed, our CCR and our declaration. And that was one of the things that, we wanted to make sure the neighborhood we built in was going to be governed, was going to be managed. We all did. We all agreed upon it. We signed it, which, included the fact that, it would all be single family residents. And in there also, you heard from the vice president and the president of the homeowner association, as they spoke to, that no owner shall use or occupy their lot for any other purpose than being a private residence. And so with that, the CCR, we believe, is in place to preserve the complexity of our neighborhood, to keep it the way that, we wanted it to be. So we oppose, the cup. We want to make sure that we've kind of put that out there. It's not that we oppose what they're doing. It's not that we oppose helping, children and helping them along. It's just not the right thing for our neighborhood. And, we believe also too that in a neighborhood that's governed by an HOA, and if it's all in place, then no resident within that community should be allowed to ask the board too, to even make a decision like that, really. We have a governing HOA there. And so we wanted to make sure we kind of mention that. With that, we also want to keep in mind too that, everybody who signed that declaration, we don't want to change it just, for one out of that neighborhood. That whole covenant's in place to help, to keep the, nuisances down, as you heard earlier, the noise, the extra flow of traffic, extra water usage, trash, different things like that. And as you heard earlier, even the extra flow of traffic from employees, that would be needed in that residence. So with that too, as you've heard, it opens up Pandora's box for what else could happen, not only just in our neighborhood, but others. And to understand it more, I actually visited many of those houses within this range of 200 feet to that house to talk to our neighbors, to see what they felt, how they looked at it. And again, I think the consensus is not the fact of we're against helping, children and young adults. It's the fact of helping it the way that she would like to do it in our neighborhood. And even some of them were like, if this is approved, and I'll be honest, they said, we're moving. In fact, one resident actually told me she actually already went to look at another place because she's scared that it's going to get approved. I'm being very honest with you. So it's a concern. I think that we have a good thing. I think our homeowners association is actively involved. And I think we all came here to this neighborhood and this city for how it is. So I just wanted to make sure I voiced that opinion. Well, and thank you for your time.
And thank you for following the process, and that's how these things get fixed. So thank you very much for coming and voicing your opinion, not just on your family's behalf, but on the neighborhood's behalf as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Next up, Peggy, you have some to read before we get Mr. Hendricks. Do you have your reading voice?
Mr. Hendricks says it's ready.
James, you want to do yours now? Well, Peggy prepares.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is James Hendricks, and I'm the acting president of Saratoga HOA. On behalf of the Saratoga HOA, we're again speaking out in opposition of the requested CUP, Agenda Item 6 Alpha. The resident was aware that purchasing the home within an HOA would impose restrictions that a non-HOA involved house would not. The CCRs are listed as deed restrictions in writing. This is a legal contract that all residents prior to and as a condition of sale of the house. The CCRs, we have specific verbiage that states that larger businesses are specifically disallowed, including but not limited to daycare centers, bed and breakfast, home care facilities, nursing homes, churches, barbershops, and similar businesses. The city attorney has stated that CCR and deed restrictions would overrule approval if the city gave such. Approval of the CUP would put the resident in direct violation of existing CCRs and deed restrictions should the resident follow through with their desire to run their business. By approving this CUP, the city would potentially put a future financial and legal burden on the HOA as well as the resident should the HOA pursue legal action to halt the business from operating, which is what we must do if the CUP was allowed. The Turning Stone has already said that they would do this. Also, if the council members approve this CUP, it would effectively set a precedent for all residences in all HOAs that they could apply for and receive zoning change exceptions to start their own businesses from their homes. Texas law already provides protections for residents of small businesses that do not require zoning changes or CUPs to be issued. To be very clear, we are not approving the CUP will in absolutely no way adversely affect the residents' desire to foster children in their home, which they are currently doing. This will only affect the quantity of wards allowed in the house and the business aspect of doing such. The HOAs have no restrictions, nor are we legally allowed to impose any restriction on fostering children in a normal home family setting. Again, we thank you for your time and your consideration on this matter.
Thank you, James. Thanks for coming and speaking on your neighbor's behalf, sir. Okay, Peggy, I'm going to turn it over to you. First, we have Miss Lydia Alvarado.
We, Jose and Lydia Alvarado, live right next door to the applicant residing at 205 Wexford. We are strongly opposed to the approval of the CUP application. We have several legitimate complaints concerning the children of the family next door. The children are constantly trespassing into our yard and into our driveway, causing potential dangerous situations. They hide behind our parked vehicles in our driveway as we are reversing out of the garage. My daughter has to address this issue with one of the owners already. The children have literally destroyed our side yard by creating a trench. They drag their 2 trash cans every single week from their backyard to the street and then again from the street to their backyard through our property. On many occasions, our sleep has been disrupted by the increased levels of noise coming from the individuals residing at 205 Wexford. These unpleasant noises include, but not limited to, loud talking, yelling, and screaming, as well as banging and other unknown noises beginning as early as 4:30 and 5:30 in the morning, lasting throughout the entire day and sometimes into the night. They are constantly leaving trash, food, and their personal items on our property, sometimes blocking the pathway to our own backyard. It has already been such a huge headache to tolerate the above-mentioned issues concerning all the children residing next door at 205 Wexford. We cannot fathom the idea of any additional children residing at this property. Nobody can truly understand the negative impact this would have except our family, because we are the only ones that live next door to them. Thank you for your time, Jose and Lydia Alvarado.
Next, Julia Burnett.
As homeowners at 616, is it Cavan, C-A-V-A-N, in the Turning Stone subdivision, we would like to go on record with our opposition to the CUP. To change the use of this property to anything other than a single-family resident would be in direct violation of the Turning Stone Homeowners Association Master Covenants, Conditions, and Restrictions, which is a legal binding document that all property owners in this subdivision signed upon purchase, including the applicant. Specifically, it violates Article 4, Division 4.2 pertaining to use, and also directly violates Article 4, Division 4.2, Section 4.21 pertaining to permitted use, which prohibits lots to be used for anything other than a private residence, and furthermore specifically prohibits lots for use as a business other than a home office. They've included a copy of page 26, but I think he's already read that. The articles of this document are more restrictive than the City of Cibolo's UDC, and the most restrictive use should be observed. There are many other communities with HOAs in the City of Cibolo which have similar worded restrictions for use. We had an opportunity to hear the applicant present her intentions for use of 205 Wexford during an emergency meeting of the Turning Stone Homeowners Association meeting on January 24th, 2021. Ms. Reed stated that she has been providing foster care for up to 6 children at this address, but due to the needs of the foster care system, she wants to do more to help serve the community. She reported that her property is a 5-bedroom, 4-bathroom home. She further stated that it is her intention to provide care for a maximum of 10 boys from the ages of 5 to 12, and that there would be 2 children to a bedroom. If this is the case, all bedrooms in the home will be occupied by foster children. That leaves us with the question, where will the applicant and her spouse be residing? The applicant has requested an SF6 conditional use permit for a community residential facility. The applicant is the owner of a nonprofit business, Star Reliance Agency. Her business website states that this agency is pursuing a license in order to gain a permanent contract to operate as a general resident operation, a GRO, through the State of Texas Department of Family and Protective Services. It is our understanding that under the DFPS regulation, a GRO is a place of business, and therefore the applicant will not be obligated to use the property at 205 Wexford as her primary residence or even reside at that property at all. The DFPS does, however, stipulate the ratio of caregivers to children and requires 24-hour awake caregivers be present. This means that several employees will be coming and going from this home around the clock on a daily basis. This is not compatible with the use of zone SF6 inside of an HOA. We do commend Mrs. Reed for what she is wanting and willing to do for children in the foster care system. We also support her effort to keep the foster children of Guadalupe County as part of our community. However, the location of her intended business should comply with the City of Cibolo's current UDC under Article 13, Section 13.1 residential uses, which prohibits the use of a community residential facility on any SF 1 through 6 zone property, but permits such a facility if the property is zoned MF1 or MF2. A vote to approve this CUP would not simply provide this foster family the ability to care for more than the allowed 6 children in their home. Approval would set the following: a CUP is all you need in order to establish a business in an FS6 zone, residential neighborhood, even those governed by an HOA. That violating the use of property as defined in an HOA is permitted by the City of Cibolo, and that this property located in a single-family community will have to operate as a community residential facility in accordance with the CUP, even if the applicant is no longer the owner. The Turning Stone HOA Board voted to oppose the applicant's request. We are asking the City Council to also decline the request. Thank you for your time, Heath and Julia Burnett. Oh, okay. My name is Keith Holtley and live at 117 Waterford in the Turning Stone subdivision. As a resident of Turning Stone, I respectfully ask the Cibolo City Council to deny this request for a conditional use permit for approximately 0.2 acres of property located at 205 Wexford. The basic for asking for this denial are: 1, I purchased my home with the understanding that I would be residing in a community consisting of single-family dwellings. A community residential facility is a business and inconsistent with the residential character of the neighborhood. 2, I ask the City Council of Cibolo to carefully consider the impact on the suitability, acquired access, and the public services needed for a community residential facility. I am concerned that there will not be sufficient or proper space and amenities for such a facility, and I believe this request will have adverse implications to the surrounding homeowners. 3, I have nuisance concerns as to whether this request will result in or cause excessive traffic, noise, or other problematic features associated with a community residential facility. Furthermore, any restrictions or limitations specific within this conditional use permit would be difficult for the city to enforce. 4, I am concerned that a community residential facility would damage public and private property interested by adversely impacting property valuations within the community. 5, the City Council of Cibolo should not approve a conditional use permit that is in direct conflict with the deed restrictions and covenants of the Turning Stone Homeowners Association. This request conflicts with the original intent that Turning Stone be a residential community composed of single-family dwellings. I respectfully request the City Council of Cibolo to deny this request for a conditional use permit for the property located at 205 Wexford, Cibolo, Texas 78108. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy, and thank you to all the folks that came and wrote in. So with this item, did I hear right, Mr. Garza, we're going to recess this item due to the restrictions on having another?
Correct. We're not going to close the public hearing. We're going to continue the public hearing, I believe, until February, our first council meeting in February. Because before then, P and Z will have taken action and make a recommendation to council before that council meeting.
Okay. So you said that we would need P and Z to send a recommendation, right? But it was my understanding that P and Z couldn't send a recommendation on this because we don't have cups and single family 1 through 6.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, Frank, would you, or Lisa, would you walk us through the process so everybody can kind of get in mind what the next sequence of events that we're expecting, please?
Sure. So at
Thanks,
your
Mark.
earliest convenience, it would be, we would need to bring that UDC discussion back for this council for action on whether or not to amend the UDC to allow the CUP in these districts. So since it's not on tonight's agenda, it should be on the February 9th agenda to discuss that. And then the planning and zoning doesn't meet until the 10th. So possibly let's postpone, or not postpone, but keep this public hearing open until your February 16th, no, 23rd. February 23rd, because that would give you one meeting to take action on the UDC amendment. It would give P&Z the opportunity to take action, and then you could take action on the 23rd.
Okay.
Did that make sense?
Yeah, made perfect sense. But so on the 9th, if we vote no on the UDC action, then this is,
It's just dead in the water.
it's dead in the water.
Correct.
If you vote no to cups on the 9th, then when it goes to the P and Z on the 10th, they have nothing to.
For cups in residential, right? Not cups in
Right,
general.
cups in residential,
okay.
they would have nothing to be able to act on.
Okay.
And staff would just have to tell P&Z that the item's pulled.
Okay, so on the 9th, that'll be on the agenda then.
So,
Okay.
so for the citizens tuning in, if we vote against it at the February 9th dead issue, if we vote for it, then it has to go through the process at P and Z, and then they have to vote for it and bring it to us for the 23rd recommendation to, yes, okay.
Either vote for or against, and then whatever recommendation they make comes to the council.
Excellent. Okay, thank you for the clarification, guys. Okay, so the time is now 8:40. I'd like to close that public hearing.
Right. Keep it
Real
open.
quick,
Oh, I'm sorry, recess. I'm sorry.
real quick on that.
Take that
So we would have to, just devil's advocate here, if we voted on, no, I know.
Go ahead.
If we vote on cups at the 9th, right? Then on the 23rd, we'd have to have 2 agenda items. One, because once we voted on the cups on the 9th, the P and Z would vote on their cups or whatever they need, their recommendation to send to us on the 10th. That would come to us. If they made that recommendation, we'd have to approve that item. And then we'd have to have another agenda item to approve this or disapprove this, correct?
So on the 9th, you would be making your UDC amendment,
Does that,
and then that's it.
You're right.
On the 9th, this has already gone to P and
P&Z,
Z.
correct.
They've
UDC
already
amendment.
recommended the approval of cups. So on the 9th, you would be voting to amend the UDC or not.
okay,
If you vote yes to amend the UDC, then P and Z will have a hearing on this issue and make a recommendation, yes or no,
Okay.
to forward to the council.
all right.
But
Makes,
the P and Z's already ruled on the cup, so it's now up to the council to rule on the cup issue.
okay, that's what I was,
Okay. All right, thank you, folks. So the item is recessed. 6B, the Cibolo City Council will hold a public hearing to hear public testimony regarding a request to amend the future land use map and to rezone property located at 1876 FM 1103. The future land use map proposal will replace approximately 10 acres from neighborhood commercial to commercial. The rezoning proposal will amend the zoning map from the current zoning of neighborhood commercial C1 to general retail office restrictive C3R with a conditional use permit to allow for convenience storage. Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Let's see, this is a two-part public hearing, the future land use map amendment, as well as a rezone. Just a heads up that the applicant has pulled the rezoning, so there is no future ordinance on the next agenda. They've actually resubmitted, and so a different application for rezoning will follow this future land use map amendment.
Okay.
With that said, this is the second public hearing for the future land use map portion of this. The owners is Janet C. Day and Raymond Wallace. The representative is Killian Griffin and Fairmont. The proposed use is retail, mini storage, outdoor storage, and it's in Council District 4. The future land use map indicates the property to have neighborhood commercial along major thoroughfare of FM 1103 and residential set behind it. The applicant is requesting to amend this flume, the map, by replacing the neighborhood commercial and neighborhood residential to just commercial. This is to allow higher intensity commercial uses. In your packet, in the staff report, you'll see how the flume is being requested to be amended. The land use commercial allows for these higher intensity zoning districts and their uses such as mini storage and outdoor storage. Since this is the public hearing portion of it, I did want to note that it was posted in the local paper and city website. Planning and Zoning held their first public hearing on January 13th, with the second one tonight. Ordinance action is tentatively scheduled for City Council February 9th meeting. In your packet, you'll see the application and proposed site layout from the applicants. The P&Z recommended approval by a 7-0 vote, and I'll go ahead and allow you to open the public hearing if there's any citizens to be heard on this item or the applicant.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. The time is now 8:45. I'd like to open the public hearing. And I see we have no one signed up. And is there anyone that wishes to sign up that hasn't yet? Time is now 8:45. Close the public hearing. Item 6C, the City of Cibolo City Council will hold a public hearing to hear public testimony regarding the rezoning of 0.23 acres located at 203 B Alley from the current zoning of high-density residential SF6 with an Old Town mixed-use overlay to community residential service C2 with an Old Town mixed-use overlay.
Thank you.
Ms. Gonzalez.
The owners is David and Anna. It's in District 2. The site is located at the intersection of B Alley and Warner Street. It's approximately 300 linear feet from the Main Street corridor. The applicant has indicated their intent is to rezone the property to allow the pet services use, which is allowed in community retail service C2, and to keep the Old Town overlay. The current use of the property is a residential home with a storage shed in the backyard, which will be utilized as the primary dog grooming station. Access to the dog grooming station will be satisfied by the existing off-street driveway. This is the public hearing, so I wanted to note that it's also been posted in the local paper as well as on our website. As of individual letters that were sent out by mail to 21 property owners. As of January 19th, we've received 1 letter in opposition and 4 in favor of. Planning and Zoning conducted their first public hearing on January 13th with the second tonight. In your packet, you'll have the application from the owners, the notification map, as well as list the responses from surrounding owners, and the Planning and Zoning recommendation was of approval by a 7-0 vote. I'll go ahead and let you open the public hearing unless you have any questions for staff. Otherwise, we can listen to citizens and or the applicant.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Time is now 8:47. We have 2 folks here to speak on this. We have Jamie Campbell. Is Jamie Campbell here? Come on up, ma'am. How are you doing?
Good. I'm Jamie Campbell at 208 Leek Street, and I'm opposed of this business that's being currently ran for the past 5 months out of this house. It's high traffic nonstop. I have two daughters that used to be able to play in the streets with their baseballs, riding their scooters, bikes. But this traffic goes from whenever they're walking to the bus stop at 6:45 in the morning till I see lights at 11 o'clock, coming headlights in my windows at 11 o'clock, 11:30 at night. So it's just a nonstop, 7 days a week business already being ran out of this house. I just feel like it's just not in the area, in the high traffic. There's no parking. They're parking on the streets. It's going to block emergency that's coming through. I have pictures of their area. It's just we can't get through our street because they're all on the street parking. Sorry, I'm just really nervous. Never done this. Sorry. But I just feel like some of my other neighbors and people that have been around, they've all been lied to about all this, saying that, oh, they're trying to do this later on, but they've already been doing this business for the past 6 months or 5 months that they've been there. And I just feel like there is different ways that this should go around. And a dog got loose the other day. There's not just one dog at a time. There's multiple dogs. And they have a child that lives in the house. So what if a big fight happens? Things like that. There's other safety issues that I feel that should be taken, and they're not taking precautions of all that.
Okay.
Thanks.
Steve.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Next, we have Ms. Perez.
Good afternoon. I live at 206 B Alley. I'm an RN for hospice, so I leave my home at 4 a.m. every day, 7 days out of the week. This past weekend, I stayed home. My daughter wasn't feeling good, so I stayed home. It was 7 a.m. This truck comes down B Alley really fast, parks at that resident at 203 B Alley, waits outside for an hour for his dog that stayed overnight. Supposedly there's no overnight, which I saw the video from last week that he was here asking for this license that's been going on for the past 4 months that I've moved in at 206 B Alley. It's ridiculous. So I was standing and getting ready, get my daughter some medicine. I open my blinds like every morning. I see everything that comes in and out of that resident because we're right in front of each other. So the man standing out there waiting and waiting for his dog. Finally, another car comes up, parks right in front of my house, gets a big pit bull dog out of his back seat, runs into my yard. If my daughter and I were standing out there, these are big dogs. They're not only little dogs, they're big dogs, all kinds of dogs from 4 a.m. to whatever time. It's 24/7. There's no business hours at this location. It's every day, 7 days out of the week. And it's been going on for, I want to say, 4 to 5 months. Since they moved into that residence, this dog grooming business has been going on. I will be very honest. I don't think it's only dog grooming because it's in and out. Sometimes they come with dogs, sometimes they don't come with dogs. It's in and out traffic, back and forth. That street is like a one-way. There's no sidewalks. It's a one-way. You gotta wait for the other car to come out or go through. So if you have a big truck, you have a big vehicle, you gotta wait till that vehicle moves out of the way because you cannot go in or out. Or they come into your driveway. We don't have driveways, it's street. So you know what I mean? It's grass, gravel. They come in, they park there, get off. So when that big dog is standing there waiting, that man's waiting for his dog too. So this young lady's standing there for 20 minutes for her dog to go in the house. So this little poodle comes out in a leash. This pit bull is trying to pull his owner's leash. Hey, that's dangerous. We have kids in the neighborhood. They have a 2-year-old. 11 o'clock at night, he's walking his 2-year-old. If it's a business, then keep it a business, not a residence at the same time. So we can't have residence and business at the same time at that location. I mean, it's not fair. If y'all have children, y'all would live in a neighborhood like that, y'all wouldn't want a business there. Especially me as a nurse. I'm not gonna run a nurse business at my neighborhood knowing that there's seniors around, there's children around. Think about it. Before y'all approve this business, think about it very, very hard, because it's not what they're giving you to cover 27 days out of the week, 24 hours. It's like that every day. Me that I leave at 4 a.m., come back at 7 o'clock p.m., and you still have business. It's not a 9 to 4 business. It's 24/7. And my fiance is a police officer for Bexar County. We will take videos if y'all like for the next meeting to prove to y'all that it's 24/7.
I was going to ask that, if, you and Ms. Campbell can get our city secretary's email or grab one of my business cards here as well, send them up here so that we can
I don't
see some of
mind, like I
this.
said, videos, pictures, just to prove that it's 24/7.
And I know what you're talking, B alleys, it's, instead of 2 lanes, it's like a lane and a quarter. And it's very difficult.
That's what I was for the last lady I was gonna mention that B Alley is a very narrow street. I was gonna ask about
And
the
he's not in a
parking
corner house.
because, most businesses, you have to have so much parking. So that was my concern on this whole thing, so.
They park in front of other houses, in front of the whole neighborhood. I mean, they fly down there like if they're going 40, 50. They're not paying attention to the road. They're too busy about their dog running off or coming on the past driver's side. Like, they're big dogs. They're not only little dogs. And the other day he was walking 4 or 5 dogs. He couldn't even control them. I understand his wife does it, but he does it too. And it's ridiculous. I mean, you pass by there's a window where it shows you it's not only 1 dog, it's like 4 dogs, 5 dogs at a time. There's people waiting outside in their cars to go in and take their dogs out, or they're standing outside the trucks waiting to get in the house to take their dogs in. I mean, yes, we're high risk COVID. Take care of that. You have a child that's 2 years old. I have a 4-year-old. I wouldn't want all those people around my child inside the house.
Well, I know exactly what you're talking about. I lived on B Alley before I moved into my house. I was renting off B Alley before I moved into where I'm living the last 30 years now. So
Yeah,
I completely understand.
Just think about it.
B Alley is, there's not really a street there. I mean, it's a street, but it's a single street.
Yes, exactly.
It's like
You would put a
it's more like
sign
an
that says
alley
one
than
way.
a street.
Exactly. So,
Okay.
thank you very much.
All right,
Have a
thank you
good
folks
night.
for coming. I know it's a long agenda. Thanks for waiting it out, and
Anything to keep our kids safe. That's
Sure.
what matters.
thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Turn this back over to Ms. Gonzalez. Time is now 8:55. Close this item out, or this public hearing out. Item 6C. The Cibolo City Council will hold a public hearing to hear, I'm sorry, 6D. I'm sorry, folks. To hold a public hearing to hear public testimony regarding the rezoning of approximately 5 acres of real property located along Cove Lane, west of Bella Rosa subdivision. Property is currently zoned low density, single-family SF2 and requested rezoning to high-density, single-family residential SF6.
Thank you. The owners, Keith Allen and Melissa Hank. The representative is by civil engineering consultant. Mr. Paul Dim is here tonight. The council district is 5. A little background on this property. The site is located on Cove Lane, west of the Bella Rosa subdivision. They are requesting high-density SF6 for a single-family residential subdivision. The SF6 zoning district requires lot sizes of minimum 60 foot in width and a maximum density of 5.5 dwelling units per acre. The developer intends to tie this piece of land with the Bella Rosa subdivision abutting to the east. If you're looking at the zoning map that is currently on the staff report on the screen, it is pretty much the tract that is labeled SF6. It is that orange part. That is Bella Rosa. This is the public hearing, so I did want to note that it was published in the local paper. It was on our website, and we also placed site signage. Individual letters were sent by mail to 21 property owners within 200 feet of this site. As of January 19th, we've received 3 letters in opposition and 0 in favor of. The first public hearing was with the Planning and Zoning Commission on January 13th, And tonight is the second one. In your packet, you should have the applicant's site exhibit, the notification map, as well as the responses staff received from surrounding homeowners. The planning and zoning recommendation on this item was conducted at their last meeting, and they recommended an approval. However, instead of the applicant's requested SF6, they recommended SF4 with a 5-2 vote. I'll go ahead and let you open the public hearing unless you have any questions for staff. If you would like the applicant to come up before any citizens, either way, sir.
Thank you, Lisa. The time is 8:58. I'd like to open this public hearing, and we do have Mr. Keith Hink that signed up to speak. Is Mr. Hink here?
Good evening. Well, obviously, like she stated, we're here. Well, I'm the owner of Cove Lane. Grew up on Cove Lane, been a resident of Cibolo since 1985. So I've definitely seen a lot of growth in the area. And if you look at the zoning map of where our property is located, you can obviously see there's SF6 on the right of us and SF5 on the left of us. And if you even zoomed out on that map even farther, you can see across Cove Lane, there is SF6 housing across Cove Lane, the Charleston Park. There's also Saratoga on the hill, that's SF6. And kind of behind my property there is Bentwood Ranch, that's FS6. So everywhere around me is SF6 housing. We're just asking y'all to let us continue our 5 acres of FS6 housing. We're not trying to do anything out of the norm that's not already being done right around us. I've lived there long enough to see it all develop around me, and we have a good opportunity to sell it to the developer and us actually buy, hopefully our dream property on the other side of 78 if this deal does go through. So basically, I'm trying to think, y'all got any questions for me or?
Yes, sir.
Either Ms. Gonzalez or yourself, I noticed that P&Z recommended SF4. What was the reason behind that recommendation of SF4 as compared to SF6? Do you know? I didn't see it in their notes.
And there's, can I speak or?
Oh yeah, sure, go ahead.
And we are actually proposing to only put 19 lots on this property. If you look at the plot that Mr. Denham drew up, we're not trying to squeeze 30 lots on this place with FS6. It really just comes down to the way our property is shaped. It's long and narrow. And we had meetings with the staff. We've had meetings with the engineers, the developer, trying to figure out any way we could come up with SF4 or 5 zoning. But it really comes down to just lot width. We can meet square footage on a lot of the other ones, but it's really the width just keeps just killing us, if you know what I mean. So that's why we are asking for SF6 zoning.
See, I wouldn't be opposed to the SF4 myself because we've been drowned with SF6, just like you pointed out clearly, everything around you is SF6. And all the developers, in fact, the gentlemen that stand behind you, they know that the city's pretty much done with the SF6. We don't want to see any more SF6 here. We're drowning in SF6.
And I don't disagree, but I think it's not fair for me to have SS5 and SS6 all around me and my little piece of property be undevelopable just because the council will not grant SF6 when we kind of have contingents like use going on. We're doing the exact same thing that's right next to me.
Keith, on your dream property that you're buying on under F78, what zoning are you going to be looking for over there?
Actually, that one I believe is unzoned. It's out of the city limits.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm thinking that the reason P and Z recommended SF4 is due to possible flooding. If somebody can, I think there was a resident that lives in that area that does have a lot of flooding. So it would just, by doing SF6, it would cause possibly even more flooding. So no, I'm asking a question, all right?
Yeah, well,
So, and I think that was the reason behind it. So if somebody can just correct me if I'm wrong.
yeah, we got to keep this on the public hearing.
Well, it is,
portion of
and
it.
I mean,
Okay.
All right, Mr. Hank, thank you for coming in. We also have two other folks that have signed up. Mr. Denham? Yeah, come on. Are you, your mic, Yantis?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, guys. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. I know it's getting late.
Oh, we're just getting started.
We're just getting started. Okay. It's past my bedtime. So anyways, I'm the managing partner for the Bella Rosa subdivision. And I've came across Mr. Hank and his wife. The street that we're building in our subdivision is a single loaded street. And the thought was, how could we, what's the most efficient way to put lots, as y'all can see up on the screen, on the other side of that street? The way that the dimensions of the property are, we're committing to only doing 19 lots in an SF6. Some of those, 13 of those lots would be 60 foot by 185 feet. So a lot of them are going to be almost a quarter of an acre. And we're committed to that. I've got a contract with a good builder that's planning on bringing, product that is 330 and above. These lots would actually go for a premium just because of the large backyards, and people would be able to do something, a deck, a pool. There'd be a 3-car garage. I think it's beneficial for the city. The homes are going to be very nice. I want to reiterate that. We've always been planning to build 19 lots. That's how the deal works with the builder, and the costs are kind of fixed on this. So even if we had less lots, you still have the same amount of infrastructure. And so we've looked at SF5 and SF4, and we could not, even though SF4 would allow up to 20 lots, the dimensions just don't work. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. It's fine. You brought up the drainage. The engineers here, Paul Denham with CEC, we've certainly taken that into account and how we're going to deal with that. Anyways, I hope I can get your support. I appreciate it. If y'all have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Yeah, we want to stay just question and answer that we're not.
It's a question. Was
Right.
SF5 looked at
It
all?
was. And so because of the 65 foot, if you look at that, there was another plan that we had that one. And so we're limited just how many lots. If it was 65, just the dimensions, we would. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And so, I just want to reiterate, the lots are really big. I mean, the 13, they're very deep. Having to do the extra frontage is what limits us from being able to make that work. But, the council has my commitment that those are the way the lots are going to be. They're going to be 185 foot deep. I'm committing to only doing 19 lots on it.
We've heard that before, right?
I can't speak to that. I've been in the business 20 plus years. I understand the concerns. If I could do something to commit to that, I would. I'm planning to develop it. I've got the builder. We're all kind of sold on this plan. Yes, sir.
Councilman Quinn?
So can you not build 19 homes in an SF4?
Not with the dimensions. We couldn't make them fit with the 70-foot just because it's deep, it's not long enough to.
So how many homes would you lose?
It would go to 15.
But you can still build there,
right? With what the fixed costs are and what we're paying for the property, it would not, the deal wouldn't work with the property owner.
Okay. All right. Any more questions for Mr. Yantis?
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Well, I appreciate your time. Mr. Denham's the civil engineer. He can address some of the other questions. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So first of all, you can see the plan that's right there. So what's important about that is the configuration of the street that continues, it'll be down on that particular plan. That is due to connectivity to the adjacent property, which is SF5. And so we're following the ordinance that requires us to stub into any undeveloped property. So you're kind of locked in with that street. And hence we've got the cul-de-sac to meet the fire code and the turnaround. So that takes up some room that's right there. The Bella Rosa property, which is approved, zoned, and starting under construction, has the street that is right on the edge of this property that we're zoning tonight. That street already accepts the drainage from this land. It takes it, it gets it on there, it routes it to a detention pond that we are constructing, and we've already cleaned up the section off of our site, even though we haven't started construction. It's just due to past storms and lack of maintenance. And so we did that for Mrs. Johnson when she came and talked to us. We did that about 6 months ago, and she's been happy with it because it was holding water. Realizes that downstream is actually a public easement, but the private development did it. And it's because we're trying to make sure that we keep good relationships with everybody that's adjacent to us. Also, the other, Mr. Johnson, which is across the street from Mrs. Johnson, we talked with him in the development of Bella Rosa, and we have an interceptor channel, so this water won't even go onto his property. We've got concrete areas where today, the original design of that channel was so sharp and curved, what it did was it eroded out the banks. Well, we are armoring that, and we are improving all the drainage that's through this area. So when you talk about drainage, I'm the one that did the detention pond right catty corner to this that we oversized. So all of Saratoga comes through a pipe this big, which comes into this. So we've already reduced the amount of water that comes to this area for Mrs. Johnson. The city had already improved the culvert across Town Creek, and that has been sized and is now oversized because we've reduced the flows upstream. With this new pond will be twice that it's been reduced. So there's a point where you go to where we're digging these holes and we are doing and holding that excess drainage. And so I know there was questions on that, but that's the real engineering. That's what's happened. I've been doing work out here in Cibolo for a long time. Every site I've got out here has got detention ponds on it. Next thing is, I think one of the things that what happened at the P&Z is suddenly you're what you had said. Oh, we're not going to trust that developer. They're going to put 25 lots on there. No, sir. It's going to be 19 at the maximum that it would be. That's the plan that would happen in here. That's been surveyed and laid out. That's the best we can do that's right there. And so that's what's it. It works with the utilities, the water, the sewer, the access, the drainage. It's the logical thing for that to be there on that. That's the engineering side of it. The rest, you've got a good builder that's coming in there. And so I think it's the best use for the property. So I can answer any engineering questions that you might have.
I'll just wait till it comes to discussion.
We're limited what we can say.
I understand.
So that's why we're.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Denham. Time is now 9:12. I'd like to close the public hearing. Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Item 7, citizens to be heard. We have no citizens to be heard tonight. Item 8, we have the consent agenda. All items listed below are to be, are routine and non-controversial by the council and be approved. They can be approved in one motion. We have the approval of the minutes, the regular city council meeting held January 12th, 2021. Approval of the October 2020 revenue and expense report. Pending final acceptance of city's financial audit for 2020-2021 fiscal year. The November 2020 revenue and expense report pending final acceptance of city's financial audit for 2020-2021 fiscal year. The approval of October 2020 check register pending final acceptance of city's financial audit for 2020-2021 fiscal year. And the November 2020 check register pending final acceptance of city's financial audit.
I'll make a motion to approve consent agenda as read.
Second.
Motion's been made and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Number 9, we have staff updates.
Sir, I'm going to cover that. I'm going to cover the COVID.
Yes, ma'am.
So I was listening in to the Guadalupe County Mayor's meeting this morning. I know, Mayor, you were online. Also, Mr. Herrera and Chief Troncoso and Ms. Pollock were also online representing Cibolo. They did talk about the number of active or confirmed cases in Cibolo. This morning, they told us that there were 71, but as of this evening, I just got a new report before I came into the meeting, and we now have 67 confirmed cases in Cibolo with 50 probable active cases. There has been 52 deaths in the city, in Guadalupe County. They talked about the vaccine. There was the Church Civic Center was administrating the vaccine last Thursday and Friday. From Thursday, it opened at 12 noon, and I believe it ended around 6 o'clock in the evening.
Well, they didn't get out of there till about 8:30.
Well, there was 400 and some vaccines given out on Thursday. It was supposed to start at 9 o'clock in the morning, but because Guadalupe County did not get the vaccine in time to open at 9 o'clock in the morning, they were notified at 10:30 that they received the vaccine, and they started at noon. They did go to a wait list and did some extra people that did not get on the list on Thursday. On Friday, they opened again early in the morning, and I worked on I know Councilman Hicks was there along with our fire department on Thursday and Friday. I worked on Friday over there, and it takes a lot of people to do this, but it took a lot of work, but they really had a good process over there. They really did. On Friday, there was over 500 and some people that received the vaccine, and they had some extra on Friday, and they called some people on the wait list on Friday, and they also took some extra vaccine and went to a nursing home in Seguin that was left out on the first round, and they were able to give the vaccine to those people in Seguin. And they also did a small amount to a nursing home in Live Oak that was left out on the vaccine also. In total, they gave over 1,200 vaccines on Thursday and Friday. And those people will be going back to get their second dose on the 11th and 12th of February. If you hadn't seen the process, I could tell you that it was great. It took a lot of people from a lot of different agencies to make this work. All the fire departments between Schertz, Cibolo, Selma, New Braunfels, they were there all the time. They took care. What they did was once the individual got their shot, there was a fireman actually taking them over to where they received their slip to get their NICS shot. And I tell you, that really helped because we really didn't have anybody that had a reaction to the shot. Both days, there were a few people that were apprehensive and maybe had anxiety, but nobody had to be taken by ambulance. They took those people outside, they calmed them down, and they were able to go back home. But the process was great with all the cities helping out. It was really a great thing to see. The problem we have in Guadalupe County, not only Guadalupe County, but every county in the state of Texas, is there's so many people wanting to get this shot, but not enough vaccine able to give them yet. So they did talk about it on the phone today, or on the call this morning, about maybe other ways of trying to get people to be able to get the shot. They talked about a reverse 911, to get people on the list, especially the elderly that are calling and wanting to know, why can't they get a shot, And so they haven't decided on any other additional ways of doing it. They're just looking at different ways. And as they come up with those, we'll definitely make sure council knows about it, because I get a lot of the phone calls, asking, how do I get a shot? I tried to get online, and in a minute and a half, all the slots were taken, and that's true. I mean, I barely got online and got a slot, but, and it was done with. Even Mayor Gutierrez, he tried to get online to get a shot, and he couldn't get it because the slots were already filled. So they're looking at all of these things, but all in all, the Civic Center at Schertz was a great way of doing the vaccine. Nobody waited. I mean, there was no wait line outside the door or inside. I mean, they came in and nobody was there more than 20 minutes. And that, I say 20 minutes because they had to wait 15 minutes after they received the shot. It only took 5 minutes to get through the line. They came through, they got their temperature taken, we checked the paperwork, they went over to the next table and had to fill out the form, and then they went and got their shot. Then they went to the next table and got their slip to when they were coming back to get the second shot. They sat down for 15 minutes and they were out the door. It was a great system with a lot of volunteers and a multiple agencies and cities helping out. And I just wanted to pass that on. I don't know, Mayor, if you had anything to add, because you were on the phone call.
No, thank you, Peggy. You pretty much covered it all, but I want to commend some of the council members, including our very own Councilman Hicks, for spending time over there. Also Councilman Simics and Councilwoman Hayward from Schertz, but got some really positive, good feedback. And, this is a learning process. And, the city of New Braunfels, city of Seguin, they're all just trying to work through this. We're working together to find the best practices and procedures, and we're just going to keep working through it till all the shots are done. Yes, sir. One of the very best things about it, though, is, however many doses they're given, there's substantially more that are actually being able to be distributed because of how much they're able to retain from what's being sent. So that's a good sign. Councilman Gibbs, you had your hand up?
I just wanted to reiterate what Peggy said. I was able to get my mom on the shot list, and I took her personally because I wanted to make sure. My concern is everything I've seen is there was going to be problems. She was confused easily, and I just wanted to make sure everything went okay for her. And literally 20 minutes back in Carmel, we got there at 9 o'clock, and we were on our way home before the appointment time because I was able to get there early to make sure we took some good issues. And it was just as smooth as glass.
It's amazing how many people tried to get on that list to get an appointment time. And then how many of them, we had very few really that didn't show up, that signed up, which was unusual, but they always have extra because even though they say they only got 945, or 975, they were able to get 1,200 out of that. So there was a lot of people on a wait list that were able to get them, and so it was great. It really was a great system. And like I said, if anyone wants to volunteer on the next round, they always need those volunteers.
I'd like to add to that, that's all we heard was compliments because other people, their spouse or somebody that they knew had gone to the Bexar County one down in San Antonio, and they came over here and they were like, wow, this is so smooth, this is so easy. The biggest problem, like Peggy was saying, was getting on that list. I mean, it went up in 2 minutes and it was gone. And to add on to what the mayor was saying, in my days of nursing, your vials, they say that there's this much in that vial and they will draw out what they need to. And at the end of, they get so much, there's a little bit at the bottom of it. So they'll drain that one because they don't let any of it go to waste. So that's why they were able to get 1,200 inoculations for this. So that's all I've got.
Thank you, Peggy. Thank you, Joel. Thank you, Councilman Gibbs. Do we have an update from Mr. Foos? No? Okay, item number 10, discussion action on the final independent audit report from ABIP for procedures on procurement as requested by the City Council.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Michael Del Toro from ABIP is here. As you know, he performed agreed upon procedures on procurement for 2018 and 2019. He's here to go over that report with you, the final report, as well as the any questions you have on the draft to the final. And I'm here to address any questions as well.
Okay, thank you, Ana. Hello, Mr. Del Toro.
Thank you, Ana. Thank you, Mayor, Council. Good to be here. We're here to present the final report for the procurement audit, as Ana mentioned, for the procurement procedures during fiscal year 18 and fiscal year 19. Present, I'm certain everyone has a copy of the report. Don't know if you wanted me to go procedure by procedure or just take questions from the final report.
Has everyone had a chance to review this? I'm assuming. Rather than go through the slides, Mr. Del Toro, I think we just, we can dive right in. I'll open it up. First of all, any opening comments from you, and then I'll open it up to the council.
Sure. As we saw, some of the first procedures were obviously looking at the procurement policy that the city has. There was two policies that we reviewed, obviously 18 and 19. Those, from our review, were in accordance with the state laws. They were a little more aggressive than what state laws would require, especially in 2018. One of our recommendations early on is to make sure that the policy comes to council at least annually. One, keeps it up to date, keeps it a live document, has buy-in from both council and management. And so if that's brought to council annually, would be one of our recommendations from the review. We did look at 18, had something like 6 various levels of compliance requirements. Took a lot of effort to go through there. I think we looked at something like 1,700 transactions, and those were actually check disbursements. But within there were a lot of purchase orders that were behind those. We did have some comments in there, and I'll go through them very quickly. On page 3 at the very bottom, we start with our first comment for 2018, and this was on the Hierholzer, probably saying that wrong again. Hierholzer engineering contract that we looked at. This was for the SCADA system. On our first review of that, again, before we presented our findings to anybody, the comments back from management was They didn't procure the 2018 procurement with Heyerholzer because of professional services. Based on that analysis, professional services that I'm used to falls under Chapter 2254, professional and consulting services. And so we found a comment there. We found something that was consistent with which had been elevated in the past. But upon further review, again, after that comment was presented by us and discussing it with both management and legal, they did point us to an exemption under 252, purchasing and contracting authority of municipalities, that allowed for an exemption, not necessarily an exemption, but for management or for the municipality to use the best value for the city to procure that contract. And their opinion was the best value was to go with somebody that knew the system, had already installed that system. And based on reading 252, we eventually agreed with management that that was an allowable use of procurement. And then they had a change order with that, but that did not fall under the state guidelines of $50,000. I think the change order was to the tune of $21,000, so fell well below that. So after review of all that, we found that they didn't necessarily violate any state policy, but they did violate your local policy, because your local policy, even though it was professional services, did not at that procurement level allow for a procurement that didn't go out at least for quotes. And so we identified that as a comment in there. They should have at least gotten 3 quotes for that procurement. One of the other major things was obviously the record keeping, and I think that's under letter H in our findings on page 5. Obviously, during the review process, we had a lot of missing documents or documents in various areas within the organization, and it took us a while to gather all that and validate that proper procurement was done. And so one of our recommendations is that they get some better record management to justify and support in a timely manner that they've complied both with local policy and state laws. There was, in the 2018, we did have a number of procurement items that our threshold required 3 quotes at the $1,500 level or below, or above, I'm sorry. And we did find that management was not documenting that. They weren't showing that a process was being done for those types of transactions. We're not sure why. I don't know if it was something that they were verbally doing with vendors and just not documenting in the files, but that certainly was not evidenced in the procurement documents that we reviewed. We have found an issue where they sought procurement for some auto and body repair services. This fell into the obtaining quotes, written quotes range. And they actually went out for quotes, but they awarded it to the highest bidder, which is kind of unusual. But the reason for awarding it to the highest bidder was because the vendor was going to not refurbish the parts, but put new parts with the service. And so obviously we found we had an issue with that because we felt that, first off, we weren't sure from the documentation within the file if all vendors had been giving those same parameters when they submitted a quote. Did they know that they were seeking replacement parts rather than refurbishment of parts? And so our recommendation obviously is that they properly document why they're selecting a vendor and then ensuring that all the vendors being sought after are on the same level playing field, that they understand the services that are going to be provided. We saw transactions with a veterinarian through 2018, and we didn't have any evidence of any RFP or any evidence of how we selected this veterinarian, which obviously we say in our purchasing policy that we were going to seek RFQs at least from professional services, and there was no evidence of that. That one did fall below the state requirement, so it wasn't a state violation. But again, it was something that we felt was a violation of the local policy. There were a number of routine transactions, and I should clarify that, periodic transactions with certain vendors, and I think I have it in there in attachment 3, a list of these routine vendors that we've used. Individually, the transactions fell below our requirements for procurement, but collectively, it indicated that maybe some of these things needed to be procured out. It's something that we've recommended that they review their budget for what are necessary items. One of those things would be things like asphalt and things that we need for road projects. Individually, those transactions that we procured during the year fell below the thresholds, but collectively, they were above an amount. And that's an example of several different types of transactions like that, we're pushing on management to look at that a little closer, to gauge whether those are transactions that we should know going into the fiscal year that we're going to do, and that we procure those at the beginning of the fiscal year rather than treat each of those as individual transactions when we know over a course of time we're going to procure those amounts. One of the comments, and it happens, but there were 2 transactions that we looked at out of the countless many that we looked at that did not have purchase orders approved. I felt that was a small sample, not necessarily something that they are aggressively getting wrong, but something that we commented to them that we got to make sure that the purchase orders are obtained for the transactions. In 2019, as we looked at that, the level of compliance significantly diminished. We only had 2 levels of compliance requirements from our procurement policy. And so the level of transactions that we looked were significantly reduced, 585 disbursements, about 100 vendors. But we did have a couple of comments there. The use of buy boards, which we used buy boards that were approved by council. Only thing is, it had been several years for some of these buy boards since we had brought those to council. And just like the procurement policy, you want those approvals to be done at least annually. Again, so everyone knows what we're doing from year to year, keeps it fresh, keeps it live, and it's not something that just goes on the shelf and ages over time. So a recommendation that we bring the buy boards that we plan on using to council annually. We did have one buy board activity. It's actually with a cooperative purchase through another government, which operates similar to a purchasing cooperative that did not come to council. Through state policy, we can, what they call it, a piggyback, where another local government goes out and does the RFP process. And as long as they guarantee that those same criteria to another local government, we have the ability to participate with that vendor. That said, your policy states that any participation similar to that must come to council for approval, and that did not happen. There was sole source exemptions that we identified both in 18 and 19. 2 of maybe a dozen or so that we looked at where we had a problem did not have the proper documentation on why we were saying this was sole source. In 2019, it was for carnival entertainment, which to us did not seem like a sole source. a reason. I mean, that we, just from a Google search, we identified other vendors that provide that. So we're not sure where the sole source came from. I don't know if they were the only ones that could meet that date, but clearly that wasn't documented in the file, and the justification for assigning that a sole source just wasn't there, wasn't documented. Similar comments that we had in 18, we had in 19 on the use of vendors, routine vendors, and then the file management was a problem. So all in all, those were the highlights and some of the recommendations. I will open this up for any questions or comments from council. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Toro.
Sir, first off, thank you very much for the overview. Thank you for your patience with us as a council, and thank you for coming in today and giving that quick brief. I think it's important for those that are watching at home, and you know, if anybody was in the audience, that an audit is not an I got you type thing, right? An audit is really a process in place to where we can look and see if we have any shortfalls or any place that we can do better, right? And obviously in this audit, there are some places that we can do better, right? Nothing's criminal going on, and at no point do I believe that anybody from council thought that anything criminal was going on, right? It's in place so that we can find out and make sure that we are doing the right things, and we're following our processes and procedures. So again, nothing like earth shattering or anything like that, but there are some things that need to be worked on, and I'm sure that Ms. Miranda, along with Mr. Herrera and the rest of the staff, that they're going to be working diligently upon that. But I just thought that I should say that, get that out there. I really don't have any questions as far as any of the findings or comments. I think they're pretty self-explanatory, at least for me. And I just hope that we can move forward and start working these little nuances with some of the findings that we found, and can move forward and get those fixed.
Councilwoman Schultz?
So it seems to me, my interpretation of the findings is that a couple of things were found, but it's a lot of record keeping and a lot of things that we definitely can move forward on. But I have a question. And I know I read these numbers, I apologize, but how many transactions did you pull for this audit?
Depends on how you define
Yeah,
transactions.
and that's why I'm asking that question, because there's several different numbers.
Yeah, for check disbursements, and that was our population, was check disbursements.
Okay.
It was 1,750 in 2018. And I think I mentioned that on page 3, very top under the results, 1,750. Of that, 223 vendors for 2018. Again, we had so many levels of compliance requirements in that procurement policy, and we took a sample from each one of those levels. In 2019, again, smaller level, only 2 levels of compliance requirements, 585 check disbursements, 100 vendors.
Okay, and then I went through and tried to count the different findings that you found, but some of them overlapped.
Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, it was like, oh gosh, I'm counting the same thing over again. And I don't want to count, a problem that was addressed in 2018, like better record keeping. Okay, so approximately how many actual findings did you have? Individual items, not things that overlap between 2018 and 2019, because I came up with like 11.
And it's hard
comments?
to quantify like the record keeping. It's hard to quantify that because initially everything was a finding, because we weren't provided all the procurement documentation we needed initially.
Mm-hmm.
And so then there was this piecemeal of information and then as we got into the high dollar levels, the ones that required formal bidding and formal procurement, again, all those would have initially been findings because, the bid tabulation wasn't with the advertisement, or the advertisement wasn't with all the various items that the vendor sent in, the documentation vendor sent in. So it's hard to quantify that. It was, and eventually it wasn't a finding, right? Because all of that was able to be provided.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, I think the 11 is probably a better.
I think I counted about 11 out of a little bit more than 2,000 different transactions.
Yeah.
11 things. Okay. And, one of them is we need to really look at our record keeping.
Yeah.
I mean, and not that it's a problem. I mean, not that it's like a really bad problem. It's just that certain things are kept in different folders. And so you had to come back and ask for more information. Yeah. And also, from my report, so nothing illegal took place, no state law breaking items, just policy things and maybe in documentation.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Hicks.
I just want to verify, you just took a sample, you didn't do all of them. So, I mean, I understand where you're coming from, Councilwoman Schultz, 11 findings out of 2,000, but what's the possibility if it had gone through all of them, just how many findings would we have found that, were overlooked? And granted, we do need to do a better job of documentation. The management, they know that, a certain amount, they need to come to council, and they overlook that. I just want to illustrate that, we're not trying to point the finger. We're just wanting to make sure that we're doing the best job for our citizens. I know for me, I was elected for watching out, fiscally responsible for my citizens. And this audit just goes to show that, there are findings that, we should have did a better job. I mean, record keeping, procurement process, all in general, we should have done a better job. I mean, this is the citizens that are paying for this stuff. And obviously we're not doing a really, fantastic job. I mean, we're doing a good job, but we're not doing a fantastic job of maintaining the citizens' money. If he found 11 findings, just imagine how many that he didn't find because he didn't go through them. That's the point I'm getting at there on that. Because that's, these are violations, they're not state violations, nobody's going to jail for it, thank God. I would hate for us to get the news for somebody going to jail for a violation of the state. I mean, but they are violations per this council's policies and procedures. So I just would emphasize we do a better job of managing the citizens' money, because at the end of it's the citizens' money that we're entrusted to make sure that we're doing the right thing with.
Councilman Allen, you had a comment?
Actually, I had the exact same question as Councilwoman Schultz. So it's been answered. Thank you.
Councilman Wolver?
Yes, Mr. Del Toro, so hopefully we're closing out the loop on this one tonight. Not that we don't enjoy seeing you, but out of the attachment 1, there's the line items you pulled out are the checks, or out of the check register rather. Far right-hand column, number of check disbursements. Is each one of those a check that was between $500 and $1,500 that didn't have the 3 cost estimates, that particular policy, or is in attachment 1, that's the listing of everyone. That's the all-inclusive list of vendors. Okay, and the number of disbursements within that to that vendor. So for example, for Imprint, little over $5,000 total, 6 disbursements. Is that saying, because this was tied back to a check that, or a disbursement was between $500 and $1,500 on the policy that existed at that time. I just want to make sure, am I reading that as that 6 individual, I hate to say violations.
I think the attachment you would like to look at is attachment 2. And that's on page 14.
Oh, I'm sorry, then
Yeah.
I wrote my note on the wrong attachment, so I'll strike that remark, but.
So within those disbursements, at least one of those fell within the
that changes the
threshold.
scope, because
Yeah.
I was misreading that. It's still a discrepancy in there. How would you, the type of deep dive you did, or that we asked you to do, out of the types that you have done or your firm does for others, how would you characterize that in terms of how deep of, very deep?
This was a
medium?
very, very deep dive.
Okay.
In the level and number of transactions that we pulled and had to review. This, I would consider this a deep dive.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. The Chapter 252 provision, this relates back to the SCADA topic.
Yes.
Was that something, a provision that was brought to you, or was that one that was, lack of a better phrase, sought out, or one that was, oh, hey, this one right here, this negates the concern we had?
It was, so again, through the discussions, right, we keep hearing professional services. Again, as an auditor, I immediately turned to the professional services local government code, which, in its name says for professional services. So we immediately looked to that. Management was certain that they did not violate anything. And it took them a while, and they had a high level, something issued by TML that told them why that particular service was a professional service. I was a little ignorant to that at first because I was so focused on 2252. But by the end of the discussion and discussions with Frank, your attorney, it came to light what 252, which is the code that management followed. Again, it talks about professional services in there. It never defines what professional services are in 252. Me as an auditor, I assumed that whenever it said professional services, I had to go to 2252 to get the definition of what professional services is. But with the attorney's input, that was an incorrect assumption, that I shouldn't be tying those two together. And there's no AG ruling that ties those two together. And so 252, when it talks about professional services, we can then assume that it's something entirely different than the professional services discussed in 2254. Thank you. Too many 50s in there. To answer your question, they brought it to our attention.
Okay.
We had to do the research to make sure we were comfortable with that. We just didn't take their word for it at first blush. So.
Well, to staff, I'd say, I have felt this myself before in the military, when you come up with your own policy for your own unit and you end up dinging yourself on your own policy, that sometimes hurts worse. It's nothing illegal, thankfully, but it's something, in a way, you create your own problem, or you set yourself up. However else, so on the record keeping, many different, it's attention to detail. You do or you don't have, whether you want to call it a checklist or your protections in place, and they're great when you follow them. But if you start getting confident and you're doing well and your checklist is over there, then you're introducing potential for error and not being able to find the record. Of course, we know that it's going to be staff to decide how they come up with it, whether it's a good file naming convention on it's easier to find the stuff, or how you package, even if you have the files named great somewhere else, but if you don't have them all together, it just is, it's inefficient, and you're wasting time doing things you don't really need to be doing. Thank you for highlighting the part on the credit card purchases, because while they may all have been fine and there was nothing wrong with it, I think if you bring it back to, some good, logistics or forecasting for the future, each one of those you pay an individual price, but if you were to lump those all together, you might have some buying power for a buy board. So that brings money back to us. So if you want to, you say I'm twisting around, but I think there's a little bit of a silver lining in that one. I think I just should be more, efficient, so that it doesn't look like don't have the info, but you've got it more readily available, because it's kind of hard to prove that you're not in violation of something if you can't put that piece of paper out there that shows that you're good to go.
Comments? Any other comments from council? Again, thank you for all your work on this, Mr. Del Toro. I
Thank
know
you.
this has been a lengthy process. So with that, do we have a motion on the floor to accept or deny?
I'll make a motion to accept the final independent audit report from ABIP for procedures on procurement as requested by the city council.
Second.
Motion's been made by Councilman Quinn and second by Councilman Wolver. We're going to roll call it with starting with Councilman Quinn.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-1. Thank you very much, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 10B, discussion action on possibly removing the SF5 and SF6 zoning classification from the Unified Development Code as requested by the Planning and Zoning Chairman. I put this on, we all remember last meeting, Mrs. Latimer came in and requested this item, but this is something that we've kind of kicked the can down the road. I know we had some discussions on when we met with the UDC here about 2 years ago, and I just wanted to kind of either put this to bed or make a decision that we're going to continue with the zoning the way it is. So wanted to open this up to council and ask that they make a motion. Councilman Wolver.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. When the UDC we have now, I'm one of the ones, I wasn't the only one, but one that brought this up, but hey, to help out with density, at least was my going in thought. I've learned some more. I would still say definitely on SF6. SF5, maybe there's some things we can tweak on lot sizes or percentage, or maybe there's some other restrictions we can put on that. I guess now the question is, even if we're all in agreement on the decision, do you make it now, or now that we have set up the UDC, let them take that on? Now, the downside of that, good side is you get rid of it. Now, if we arbitrarily make that decision, what that will do is obviously make it effective, and any other builder that comes in here, if they're not at a certain point in their process, they're not going to have that tool available to them. On the other hand, why have a UDC if we're going to keep making some individual changes? Now, there's times when you need to come in, hey, maybe there's an emergent need and council needs to do what council needs to do and do something outside of that commission. I'm not saying I'm for any of these things. I'm just trying to throw some of these items out for some discussion here, some thought. So I guess it comes down to, is this an emergent enough need that we need to do something outside of the UDC, or let the UDC process play out and take care of this? I know when we had this discussion a year ago, when we had the joint meeting, I think we get a little bit off the rails when one of the other discussions was, I forget the classification Ms. Latimer had in it. And at least for me, I think there were some others, it didn't gel well in my brain. I can't remember the name of the conservation district. There we go.
Conservation district.
So, her and I have talked more since then. I've got a better understanding of what she means and her concept of that and how it's worked in other communities. But it still comes down to, do we do something in the near term, us as a council, or are we willing to accept some risk and let the UDC committee handle this as one of their many items?
Well, what's intriguing about this is that, Kara brought it up at their last meeting, but this is something from a meeting in 2018. And I remember Eric Moraes was on the UDC, And they made a presentation and they showed how pretty much ineffective the SF6s would be in the they had a layout, if some of you remember, there were certain slices because of corner lots and whatnot. But for me, it's just my 2 cents, slicing the SF6 out of there, and then just kind of going SF5, we could use that. I think we're all kind of in agreement that we want larger lots. But just like this presentation earlier, there are some limitations to what the property is going to lend and whatnot. I think, cutting SF5 completely out would kind of limit, some of those exceptions, if you will. And so that's just my 2 cents on this item.
But Mayor, I think, if we were to get rid of the SF6, SF5 and do that conservation, these gentlemen, and have in there that we could, because the conservation is to not put houses on top of houses, and leave some green space. And, his big argument was, well, they're going to have huge backyards. Well, if we had that conservation district, we could absolutely tell them to ask for rezoning for a conservation district. And then he could put his 19 houses. We'd know he's going to put his 19 houses because he's going to keep it conservative. And so if we were to get rid of these SF5 and SF6, because at the last planning and zoning meeting, every last single one of them, it was SF6, SF6, SF6. I don't think we have anything other than SF6 unless you go out down the south side of 78, It's the developers, we've made it known that, we're not satisfied with these SF6, y'all keep shoving it down our throat. You go out to Santa Clara Road, going out to Marion, out to the racetrack, and you've got a horrible road. Santa Clara Road, south of 78 is horrible. But you've got houses that are on half-acre, acre, 2-acre lots going up. Beautiful. I'm sure that there are $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 homes going up out there. So these developers that think they've got us in a noose, we just need to cut them loose. If that's what they want to do is develop SF5 and SF6, believe me, I've been out to Castroville lately. I know that you have because you're doing jobs out there. There's more than enough SF5 and SF6 type lots, per our UDC going up out there. I think it's time that we set a precedent that, look, we're done with, we've had a meeting. I know that you were in the meeting. Mr. Herrera was in that meeting. Kara was in that meeting with all those developers. Mr. Klein was in that meeting with all those developers. And we told them, we're tired of the same old, same old. Bring us something different. And I'm seeing it right next door in Marion. It's going up with no problem. So I know that it's not that they're not out there. It's just they know that they can come to Cibolo and, hey, we can do some SF6. Just like that gentleman said, it isn't in my budget. I can't do it. He could do it if he truly wanted to. He's just not going to make the millions of dollars he's wanting. And granted, I know that this, capitalism, I understand all that, guys. But as you mentioned earlier with a discussion, this is my city, this is Cibolo. We want it to be our city of choice. Well, let us have those bigger lots. And so I think if we got rid of the SF5 and SF6, I know Mr. Woolriver is the one that kind of brought that about a couple of years ago, or a year and a half ago, to do away with it. And I think it's time that we just cut the strings and say, look, we're doing away with it. Let's develop and let the UDC develop that, us make the stand, do away with SF5 and SF6 classification, and then allow the UDC to come up with that conservation districts where somebody wants to come in and put in those 60-foot lots and put in, those homes on those lots, they'd be allowed to do that and let them develop that.
Councilman Gibbs?
Okay, my thought on this is that it's, as opposed to making a decision tonight, I think we should send this to the UDC committee.
We don't have them.
And have them.
We don't have them. It's not set up. It's not ready to go. If we do it
Yeah,
tonight,
we need
it's
to make a
done.
decision, or you gotta wait till you set this committee up.
It's not done. What happened is if the council wanted to eliminate, it would go, because this is a zoning, it's in your zoning ordinance. You have to receive a recommendation from P and Z before you can take action. So you would send it to P and Z, they would take action, then it would come to council for final action.
Understood. Okay, so I strike that. We'll send it to P and Z then. And get a recommendation by that body, whether it's to get rid of SF5 and SF6 or just SF6, and then we'll take their recommendation under consideration and then vote. That's how I would prefer to handle it as opposed to just voting on it tonight.
I think that the time is for us to eliminate FF6 through the proper channels. I think because of configurations, SF5 is going to have some needs. My preference would be the same, that we send this back to P&Z with the recommendation to remove SF6, but maintain SF5 so that we have the flexibility to, like this 5 acres this guy's building these 19 houses on. There's not much you're going to be able to do with that. It's not structured. It's not even for anything else.
It's just going to sit there.
It's going to sit there. And then now we're punishing the landowner when we shouldn't necessarily be doing that. So I'm in agreement.
Councilman Quinn?
So, yeah, in my opinion, this SF5 and 6 debate's been kicked down the road since at least probably, 2017. And here we are, 2021, and it's still being kicked down the road. I'm in agreement that we need to send it back to P&Z and have them make a recommendation. And my recommendation to P&Z would be to take a look at SF5, SF6, and then add the conservation district, because I think that would replace that SF5 piece for us, right? And just give us more green space in some of these communities and stuff like that, because right now we're losing all that. My wife made the comment today. She's like, there's just like no trees anywhere anymore. They're just building on top of a building, right? And so I just think, if we can do something along that lines, have them look at how the conservation district can replace SF5, and then us get rid of SF5 and SF6. I think that, or at least provide us a recommendation. Then I think we can make a decision from there. But I definitely think we need to send it back to P&Z so that they can make that recommendation to us.
Okay. So is the council in agreement? The action item is to send it to planning and zoning for?
I'll make a motion.
To recommendation.
I'll make a motion to send back to the Planning and Zoning Commission to remove the SF5 and 6 zoning classification from the UDC Development Code and look at a conservation district and bring it back to council.
Second.
Yeah, that's kind of not what we wanted to do. I just want to send it to them more open, you know what I mean, and just have them give us a recommendation. I don't want to, force them into saying, I want a conservation district.
No, but I'm saying they can look at that conservation district, right? Compare that between the SF5. I think look at the SF5 and the conservation district, and then,
So the motion's been made and second. So we'll do the roll call, starting with Councilman Quinn. So we'll start with Councilman Wolver.
Restate the motion, please. Make sure I heard, because I heard the chatter over here. I want to make sure I'm understanding the right motion.
Make a motion to send back to the Planning and Zoning Commission, removing SF5, SF6 from the zoning classification from the Unified Development Code, and look at the conservation district.
To look at.
Well, bring back.
to look at. Is that what the motion was?
That's it. Bring back to council for recommendation.
Aye.
Nay.
Nay.
Nay. Aye.
Nay.
Aye.
Motion fails, 3-4. So do we have any other recommendations?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make a motion to send the consideration of including SF5, SF6, and the Conservation District to the P&Z Commission for a recommendation to council.
That's what we just
That's what we just
did.
It's all three are still up there.
The first motion was to eliminate SF5, SF6. What he's
Okay,
asking
all right,
for
okay,
is for
okay.
everything to be considered. in the
Gotcha. Motion's
recommendation.
been made by Councilman Allen, second by Councilman Gibbs. We'll start with Councilman Quinn.
Okay, yeah. Aye. Aye. It's the same thing. just-
Aye.
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 Okay, motion carries 7-0. All right. It's just the wording. That's cool. We got one. It's unanimous. Discussion and update on the council road, or I'm sorry, the Cibolo road projects to include Cibolo Valley Drive. Who gets to take that hot potato? Are you sure you want it, Mr. Klein? You got some good information for us.
Well, and all road projects. That's $7.5 million.
We got another 3 hours, so we're good. Jimmy John's delivers. Thank you, Rudy.
Thank you, Rudy. Appreciate it. Yep.
So council, what I've just passed out to you is just a brief summary of where we are and where we're going with the two street and road maintenance projects. The first one on the cover is the Cibolo Valley Drive. I'm sorry. Is that better? Yeah. Okay. So what you have in front of you is a shortened version of a update on the street and road maintenance project. The first sheet is Cibolo Valley Drive, Wiederstein Road to Everyday Way. So the first task that we started back in December is the geotech. The council approved a contract for Arias Geotechnical to provide geotechnical services for the city. And then we worked on a task order for Cibolo Valley Drive. Mr. Higgs drove the road, spent a couple of days driving the road with staff. Actually, we covered all the roads, the Cibolo Valley Drive and the other 9 roads over a 2 or 3 day period, walking and driving, looking at the conditions of the road. Mr. Higgs came back out and did another analysis on the road, sat down with us on the 6th of January, provided a document, several page document, which will be coming out in a more detailed report of the conditions that he saw on the roads with recommendations on what kinds of testing, what kind of activities may have caused some of the damage to the roads, and therefore what kind of testing he recommended that we conduct. We signed a task order, executed a task order with RES for that to proceed with the testing on Cibolo Valley Drive. And as mentioned, you've seen the geotechnical rigs out there now on Cibolo Valley Drive taking core samples. There's a number of different tests that they're going to conduct on the road. After the field recon is completed, the field exploration part is completed. They'll go to the lab with the soils and the base material, everything they've collected from the field. They'll do some laboratory tests and come back with a recommendation in a report form on what needs to be done in what areas on Cibolo Valley Drive. In the meantime, within the house, we're working on the plans. Plan views, we collected the as-built drawings from the original drawings to the original construction of Cibolo Valley Drive to use as a guide for the plan view. When we get our final report from RES, we'll include that in the plans and come up with the sections, the road sections, the base, the subgrade repairs, the asphalt, and a traffic control plan, as well as a phasing plan. Put that out for bids in late March. Proposed open bids on the 28th of April. Award a contract 11th of May. And these are dates that we're targeting. Pre-construction at the end of May, and construction to begin at the last week of May. And right now we estimate that the work will take about 5 months to do, so completion will be around the 29th of October. On the second page is a similar schedule for the other 9 selected roads. What we've done is divide this into 2 projects, Cibolo Valley Drive and then the other 9 projects. We've already toured all the other 9 streets with Mr. Higgs. He's actually gone out and done a visual survey as he did on Cibolo Valley Drive. We're scheduling for Thursday afternoon. I don't know if you got it. Thursday afternoon, Mr. Higgs will be coming over and providing us with a scope meeting. Same thing that he had done with us on the Cibolo Valley Drive, with recommendations on the various roads of what testing needs to be done. And then with that proposal, we'll kick off the same project that we're doing Cibolo Valley Drive, just about 3 to 4 weeks behind schedule. So behind Cibolo Valley Drive. So we'll be bidding out Cibolo Valley Drive, and 3 to 4 weeks after that, we'll be bidding out the other project. Hopefully we can get the same contractor on the project and save the city some money on getting all projects done with one contractor. That summarizes my brief update. As Mr. Gibbs, I think some of the councilmen had asked for a more detailed update on a monthly or bi-monthly basis. That's what we're working on with the Gantt charts, and we'll have, again, Mr. Higgs's analysis that he provided to us in the scope meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, sir.
I just hadn't been seeing anything going on, and this last week I've seen a whole lot going on.
Yes, sir.
So appreciate it. And like Mr. Gibbs has said, I appreciate that. I really appreciate the regular update.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Klein, I thank you. This is exactly what we need, and this is exactly the kind of updates that we're looking for, so that these dates don't slip, so we can be, react to it while it's happening, get the reasons, and maybe we can allocate other resources to put on it. But yeah, this is if we can hold these dates, if everything holds true, I know it's tight. Man, this would be a great project for the city.
Yes, sir. Well, that's our goal to follow these dates, maybe even get it done quicker, but.
Councilman Wolver, I believe you had your hands up.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. On the 9 selected streets and roads in Cibolo, that 6 months, are we, that time period of the project, are we going to require or ask of, in the bid, is the requirement going to be that they work on these in some cases simultaneously?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. They'll be given a date specific that we would like to have the project completed by, and encourage them to have multiple teams on the project.
And how will it be decided which one? I mean, if you can't always work on multiples at the same time, how's it going to be decided which ones go first and, in that sequence?
Probably going to let the contractor let us know what's the best for him to make it more economical for him, which makes it more cost effective for us.
Thank you.
Councilman Quinn.
Gentlemen, I just want to say thank you. I think y'all are on glide path to get all this stuff done. I mean, we voted on this back in September timeframe or whatever, and here we are, January, and I see the folks out there, running the drills in the pavement and stuff like that. So I'm excited. I'm sure the citizens are excited to starting to see stuff happening up and down Cibolo Valley Drive and some of these other streets. So thank you very much for this. October, 2021 to have Cibolo Valley Drive done. I mean, that'll be nice. And then having the rest of the roads done by the end of the year. And I'm hopeful. So Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you a lot for all of this.
Yes, sir.
You do have a misprint on your sheet, though. It says Weiderstein Road, and it's Cibolo Valley Drive.
Well, I was referring to so Weiderstein Road this way. Can
Oh,
I
old
take the old off?
Weiderstein.
Yes, sir. Now-
Okay. So make sure you weren't confusing.
Yes, no, sir.
Councilman Allen, did you have a comment?
Okay, I think that we're at the perfect stage of this project in order to I mean, I want council to be able to know if what we're doing is going far enough. And I think that right now, it looks like we're at the field exploration and the field recon stage, which I understand that they were taking some boring samples. And so would it be possible if you would have the engineer come and brief council at the next meeting and give the results and say, is the reconstruction plan, expansive enough? Are we doing enough? Because, I mean, to me, what's more important than getting it done fast is getting it done right.
That's right.
I don't want this, because it's not like we come around and fix this road every year. And I don't want to have to fix it every year. You know what I mean? I want to do this once and I want to do it right. And if we're spending $5 million, I want to make sure that, if the engineer calls for, 60% of it to be reconstruction, then that's what we got to do. I don't want to throw a bunch of Band-Aids on this like we've done in the past where, we have a certain section of the road that fails, and here we are again. The last thing we want to do is have egg on our face after spending $5 million of our citizens' money, and have to redo this in 2 years, And so that's my concern. And I think that we're at the right stage of this project in order to get that information from the engineer.
I think it's a good idea, Councilman. I would suggest we do it either the last meeting of February, the first meeting of March, because he'll just be starting his lab work by the next meeting. So perhaps, and I think it's a good idea because I think he can explain to you, because he had some ideas that he shared with us during the scope meeting too, some things he pointed out, some of the damage and what may have caused it. And we're talking about tree roots on the portions where the trees were planted between the curbs and sidewalks. I think we can do that. Yes, sir.
So then looking on the calendar, Rudy, that's, so the 23rd of February would be the meeting. If we could hit that mark with the final written report recommendations, push your geotech and your field team, and maybe condense a couple days off of your preliminary plans, then we can kind of 1-2 punch those at the second meeting in February.
We'll discuss it with them. If it's okay, we'll discuss it with them when we meet with them on Thursday on the other project and see if that's something that we can do, shoot for the 23rd of February. Yes, sir.
Okay.
If not, it may be the following, it may be the first meeting of March.
Let's push for the 23rd.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Any other comments for Mr. Klein? Thank you, Rudy. Appreciate your work on this.
Thank you, Mayor. Council.
Mr. Foos, how's the rest of Cibolo Valley Drive going?
I'll talk loud.
What's that?
The contractors currently would be considered behind schedule by about 3 to 4 weeks at this point in time. Several driving factors on it. One is the fact that the area got real wet as it rained on it several times back to back. The other challenge was that the last remaining fiber optic line was not deactivated. That was in the way for the drainage boxes until Thursday. This past Thursday was the day that they shut down that fiber optic line that was in the ground and shifted Thursday night, Friday morning into the new fiber optic lines that are hanging on the utility poles up and down that section of Cibolo Valley Drive. So that was impeding their progress. They couldn't go any further towards the Lantana area because the fiber optic line was literally right in the way where they were digging. The other challenge they had was we needed to get CPS Energy to agree to allow them to dig within the 6-foot radius of the utility poles. We had several meetings on that, and finally they worked out an agreement where the contractor could use hydraulic shoring, pressurize the area in front of the pole while they were putting the concrete pipe in front of there so that they could make sure the pole doesn't fall over while they're excavating, because they're excavating basically there's only about 2.5 foot of dirt between the trench and the pole. So they got that worked out too. They were there today. They were working diligently. They're hauling off the dirt as they're digging it up and they're placing the pipes in the ground. They still anticipate, I have a production meeting with them tomorrow So we'll know where we're at as far as timeframes. I would anticipate, based on the progress they're making, they should be in the process of putting in the cement stabilized material into the subbase by the end of next week. We should be working on that, and then immediately following that's when they start putting the base material on and getting ready to pave the road. So it'll pick up speed as they move forward there. That's really what I can report to that. Tomorrow I'll have a much clearer vision of where they're at. We have a production meeting with them every other week. I've shared my concerns as well as the city manager's concerns with the reps from Fasken Oil. They know that the city's concerned with the fact that this is going slower than we anticipated. The contractor at the last meeting we had 2 weeks ago had indicated they thought they could still be finished on or about the day they were expected to finish, which is right towards the end of April. They thought they could still meet that date. That would be at the 365-day point. Given the fact that we've lost almost another full week because of the rain and the delays with fiber optic line, I'm not sure they can make up that full week, but maybe they need to start working Saturdays now and go to a 6-day work week and start making time up. I'll be able to give a more thorough report after tomorrow's meeting, or I can put it out to a memo to the city manager. He can share with city council if you'd like, so I can get you that update after tomorrow.
Yeah, that's pretty unsettling, and the citizens have definitely taken notice of the idle machinery and the idle material out there. And, if we're having bi-weekly meetings, maybe we need to step them up to every week and let the council know. And, we have to be able to be accountable for the projects that we do within our city limits. And, it's just, it's hard to watch. It really is. And especially the kind of momentum that we had on the other side of the road. And anyway, hopefully, the message to them will be, we're expecting it to be done into April, and we're all going to be watching.
Just as a side note, I had reached out to CPS Energy, representing the city's interest in this and asking them to expedite any reviews necessary to get the shoring permission granted for the poles. They wanted to take up to 9 weeks to give that permission. We got them to do it in about 9 days. We asked for several on-site meetings. They were reluctant at first, but we were pretty insistent that we didn't have 9 weeks to give in this project. We didn't have 9 days to give in the project. We needed answers, and we needed them in succession. We couldn't just wait weeks for an engineer to look at this and wait another week for someone to write an email back. We needed answers, and we needed people who could give us answers pretty rapidly. They met with us on site. We went through it the first time. Within a week, they came back and said they want to have another meeting. They brought 2 engineers and 3 technicians that are in the pole setting portion of CPS. And we got a concurrence from them while we were standing there saying that we could move forward if they use the hydraulic shoring. So we did everything on my end that I can to expedite these things. Again, the contractor doesn't work for me, but I have the ability, using the power of the city's resources, to sometimes help expedite things where possible. Separately, we did reach out to CPS, and we asked that a utility pole be set and a strong streetlight, 250 watt LED streetlight, be set at the intersection of Lark Spur and Cibolo Valley Drive. That's the entrance to Lantana. That's currently a dark intersection. It's always been a dark intersection. There were no poles directly in front of there. CPS agreed to do it at no cost to the city. We would just be responsible for the power on the light. It's an LED light. I don't expect that to be very much. But they did agree they would set the pole and set the light fixture at no charge to the city as part of their civic program. So we got that. I took care of that. I got shirts to sign off on the location. So everybody, we should see that pole out there next week or two and illuminated. So even though we're not done yet, that intersection already have a street light over top of it, so you can see what's going on in that intersection much better.
Well, like Councilman Allen said, we want to get it right, but man, Councilman Wolver.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The fiber issue, because whether things rain, we can't control that. So you get delays off of that depending upon where you're at in the process. Sometimes rain doesn't impact, sometimes it does. But do we have any way to go? Is on this fiber issue, is that just somebody being obstinate? Was there a good reason why there was a delay on that?
It's a great question. Thanks for asking it.
I'm looking forward to the answer.
The challenge we face is when a fiber optic line originates in the TxDOT right of way and then comes on to private right of way. City right of way or church city right of way. TxDOT refuses to give them a permit to work on it without going through a whole bunch of reviews. And it took them literally weeks for them to approve, for them to put one 2-foot by 3-foot handhold in the ground and run the wire up a pole so they could go across the road. It took weeks to get the work permit for them to be able to do that. It's called a UIR, a utility installation.
From TxDOT.
From TxDOT. And I have to be very honest, in the past, I have run into issues where it has taken me 17 to 21 weeks to get a UIR permit to basically install 100 foot of water main with TxDOT. And we have complained, and it's the process that goes through. I actually stepped into that one as well, and I sent an email directly to the people that are in charge of the UIR system, as well as people further up the food chain in that process, to ask that this be expedited. And it started to gain traction. We got people started looking at it. We got it finally done. That was the only one that had a TxDOT requirement, and the other ones were all basically already up on poles along TxDOT, and they just needed to be moved onto the new poles. That was a much simpler one. In the case of Logic doing this work for MCI, the utility, that fiber optic line was put in the right-of-way where the roadway was going via a permit that was issued by the city of Schertz 2 years ago, because they didn't think that that would be an interference with the road, and it wound up being right in the middle of the pavement. So Schertz authorized that line to go in. It was a brand new line. They had to wreck out that entire line, pull the manholes out and everything. So the line had not even been in service for 2 years, and they had to tear it all back out and move it up on poles.
And second question, you remind me again where the traffic lights will be?
You'll see two traffic lights, basically on a high tension wire type traffic light situation on the access road, northbound and southbound on I-35. You'll see a new traffic control device installed at the intersection of Rips Chrysler and Cibolo Valley Drive, and you will see a new traffic control device installed at Old Wiederstein Road and Cibolo Valley Drive.
But not one at Larkspur?
Not one at Larkspur.
Okay.
Not at this time. When the property across the street that belongs to Mr. Forbes, as well as if the school district ever moves forward with that high school, that would automatically demand that there be a four-way traffic control device here. But the traffic count coming out of Lantana at this point in time would not support a warrant for that at this point in time. It'll be relooked at again as things change and the road's finished. We can always have another warrant study done to see if in the near future it's warranted. But at this time it didn't. When it was reviewed by engineering, it didn't come up as needed.
Thank you, Mr. Foos.
So we're really pressing time here, but I think some of the other road projects that we're looking at is, of course, the traffic light here and the driveway at 1103 and 78. And of course, the 1103 projects. Speaking with Mr. Herrera earlier today, and he made a good suggestion of bringing TxDOT back in and revisit them. But before he gets the full council's wrath, I think it might be better that that staff sits down and has a meeting with them or Zooms a meeting and talks about some of the milestones that we missed. Look at some of the items that we talked about with 1103 and 78, possibly submitting to them. Also, the timeline that we've missed on this. We were told 9 months on this traffic light on Main Street, and it's 17 months right now. And there's a lot of items that we need to look at, but have them well prepared to come in and discuss them and give us some hard dates on when these things could happen. Also to include the construction on FM 1103 and where they're at on that process, because it's just dragging on.
Well, if I may, I'll give you a couple fast updates. On FM 1103, the construction project, utility relocation projects, the only two contractors that are left out there working at this point in time is AT&T and Green Valley Special Utility District. Everybody else is cleared. There is some pole wiring that has to happen for Charter Communications, but as far as the infrastructure being moved or relocated, they've done that. I take that back. A third one is CenterPoint Energy. My apologies, there's three. CenterPoint Energy's got gas mains to run. AT&T has the majority of their conduits in the ground, but they are just running the fiber in sections 1 and 2, and have not even started putting fiber in the ground in section 3 at this point in time. At the production meeting I had with them on Monday, they indicated that they were unable to come to an agreement with GVEC in reference to pole contacts, and they were going to have to move another 2,900 linear feet of existing telecommunications off poles and into the ground in the Steel Creek area. It will not affect the timeline of the construction of the project because it's in phase 4 of the project, and they've already determined that won't affect the start of this project, so they're already looking at that. They told the team they would need 45 days in design and then about 30 days in bid, and then they'd be able to get that last remaining piece out there done. GVSUD is working as quickly as they can. They still have one piece of property that is now in condemnation proceedings. It's in Saddle Creek Ranch. The one property owner refused to accept their offer, and it's in condemnation. But their contractor is working that direction, so it hasn't impeded their ability to continue with the water mains. All their water main is being installed. The majority of it's installed in private easements. It doesn't affect the construction. The areas where they do go across the highway, that's already been bored in. They've already put conduits in the ground, and they're working on that. So they will not impede the progress of this project as well. Centerpoint Energy was waiting for GVSUD to finish up at the intersection of Turning Stone and 1103, which they just finished the other day. They just finished that area and they're moving further down. Centerpoint Energy submitted a traffic control plan to TxDOT for review. I had comments on that, sent them back. I had concerns with the traffic control plan being proposed by Centerpoint. Again, it was going to set up a point where there was going to be barricades pushing the cars out. There'd be no turn lane going into the pick and pack. And that's just a problem for us. However, the bore pits where they're going to be working are in the pavement in the current turn lane. So we have to work out a way to do this. I did ask the police department to chime in on that, and they did send an email back to TxDOT with their concerns and asked for a redo of the traffic control plan. So that is in the process. And the last 2 production meetings we've had with them, so we have one every Monday. We had one on the holiday a week. 8 days ago, we had one that day. I was on that call. We had him on again this week. The construction plans are at 95% and are ready to go for final review so they can go out for bidding. Their goal was to be ready February 1st. It looks like they're going to hit that goal and have the plans ready. So there isn't any reason to expect any further delays or any reason why the June letting will not occur at this point in time. Their words, not mine. They said that on the meeting, that there isn't any reason to suspect that they will not meet the June letting at this point in time. So we can expect the fact that this will be out for bid probably in the next 45 days or so, and then the award would come in June.
Thank you very
you had a
much for the
question
update.
about the traffic control signal over here at South Main Street and 78, correct? I know someone asked that question. The traffic signal, based on an email we received from Pape Dawson, which is a design engineer working for the developer who's responsible for redoing the roadway and installing this light. They said that the plan set's 90% complete and ready and will be ready for submittal to TxDOT in the city. They're waiting on some additional survey data from the northeast corner of the intersection to verify the right-of-way and the overhead electrical facilities in the existing culvert and a few remaining utilities in the area. We estimate plan submittal by next week. So we expect to see a full set of plans from them ready to go to TxDOT for their review and to the city for our review. And then once those are done, we can move forward. At FM 78 and FM 1103, the traffic control device there that goes into the Nova Group process there. I know there's been some concerns about that. Pape Dawson's also the engineer on that. And they said they are trying to address 4 additional comments received from Rail Pros, which is one of UPRR's 2 consultants working on the project. In response to one project, TxDOT sent us the revised preemption request form yesterday, which is required for all signalized intersections with an adjacent railroad crossing. At TxDOT's recommendation, they will be contacting Levy Company, signal contractor, to see if they or their equipment supplier can assist us with the wiring schematic and related comments to go back. If Rail Pro accepts those responses later this week or next week, they need to complete an administrative form. And soon after that, they would expect UPRR and Benesh, I don't know who that is, will be scheduling the meeting with TxDOT. Pape Dawson and the contractor are on site to make the final connections for the interconnect and railroad preemption in both the UP and TxDOT controller cabinets. They said they hope this meeting would occur before the end of the month, but it looks like it'd be mid-February at the earliest. And that's right from an email we received from Pape Dawson this afternoon when we asked for an update on that project.
All right, Mr. Foose, thank you for the update.
Thank you very much, Council Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to be here this late in the evening. Thank you very much.
All right, item D, discussion from council members that attended seminars, events, and meetings for the city of Cibolo.
Well, I've attended two different AAMPO meetings. I also attended the workshop. I know Mr. Foos, I mean, not Mr. Foos, but Mr. Klein, Ms. Gonzalez, and Ms. Lee were all on that workshop we had to attend it to be able to get our project submittal for 1103 from Steel down to 78. So I attended that. That's all I've got.
Thank you for doing that, Councilman Hicks. I mean, I don't know if everybody realizes how important that is, but, to try to get us on the fast track to get the rest of 1103 done, I really appreciate your effort there. Discussion on items council like to see on future agendas. Item F, discussion action and review confirmation on upcoming special meetings, events, workshops, times, meeting spaces. Simics. Just something noteworthy is on the 4th, up at Fasken Oil, actually the Santikos parking lot, they're going to have a food drive. It's not just drive up and anyone drive up, but you have to register ahead. So the in and out is going to be fairly quick, but I thought that was a very nice touch and a very genuine gesture to help out the New Braunfels food bank. So if anyone can volunteer.
I'm sure the registering would allow me to, because it said my email was bad, so I'm still going to be there.
Yeah, they're looking for volunteers, so if you could show up there all right, moving on to item number 11, we're going to finish up 11C. Discussion regarding executive search for city manager position per our executive session requirements. Time is now 10:39. Okay. Time is now 11:15. We're reconvening in regular session to take action, give direction if necessary on the discussed items in executive session. Again, to recap on item A and B, or item A, we had direction to the city manager on the EDC project. No action taken on item B. And do I have a motion on item C?
Yes, Mayor, I'll make a motion. Make a motion that the council approve the mayor and the city attorney to negotiate and execute a contract with JG Consulting.
I'll second that.
Motion's been made by Councilman Quinn, seconded by Councilman Wolver. We'll do a roll call, starting with you, Councilman.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
I,
Motion carries 7-0. Item number 13, adjournment.
Make a motion to adjourn?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Thank you all for putting the work in. Yeah, no kidding.
Oh, yeah, big bucks, man.
Put it on my check.